Here.
Chris is obviously here because I can hear his rocking chair. Zirak.
The rocking chair of doom.
I'm hear the rocking chair of doom.
Barely rocking back and forth. And
that is canon in our world, by the way.
Present. Yeah, your rocking chair. Your mic picks up your rocking chair.
Valeria, let's test out that new mic. Valeria?
Here.
Oh, there we go. Rudy?
Here.
And Leia Moore.
Yeah.
Who would like to make a recap of what happened?
I can do it.
Let's do it.
It's really quite short. We walked and walked and walked for south for a long, long ways and rode our horses and kept being told not to touch the lake, even though there was clearly fish in the lake, and Zarak's fingers were itching to catch said fish because Valeria's food was getting really bad after a while. It was just good berry this day, bland porridge the next day. We were throwing good berries into the porridge for flavor. Is eventually what Zarak was doing. We started to feel bored and at our wits' ends and aggravated with each other to where kind of fighting started to break out because we were heading south and we finally got to a broken dam and the horses couldn't make it across. So we all threw our hands up in disgust because we traveled for days and made no progress, and that just meant we had to spend that many days eating porridge all the way back to where we started. So aggravation and tensions were high. A bit of fighting broke out within the party because, strangely enough, we couldn't take out our aggressions on the fish in the lake, so we decided to take out our aggressions upon each other, except for Valeria, who, big sisterly-like, was like, "Oh, please calm down, my little children." And she was casting magic from her god to make our emotions settle. And it worked on some and not on others until Rovanian decided to shut someone up. I think it was Rudy. It was Rudy, right? That got like
in the face, yes.
Hard right cross turned into an uppercut just right in the chin and almost knocked Rudy's head clear off her shoulders. With radiant energy added to the punch because Rovanian was raging at the time. He had it with Rudy's big fat mouth and show off attitude. So finally, things had settled. We continued our journey. We went north along the lake side for several more days, finally finding some caves, which broke up the monotony of the journey somewhat, but we were hesitant to start trouble with the caves because they were up off the trail a bit, and so we felt we were safe. We wouldn't want to attract the attention of the potential vampires that might be living there, based on the information that we had from Rat Boy, who ran off and is probably warning all of his brothers and sisters to come out of the ground at night and eat us. But we decided to bypass the caves. We found a little trail, switchback going back and forth, and finally Zarak just could not leave that glassy, smooth lake surface alone without at least trying to skip a stone across it. Winking a little bit at Elise, who decided to keep quiet and let Zarak have his bit of fun. He picked up a stone with his magic and skipped it across the lake, and inside, he was cheering quite loudly because he'd never seen a stone skip 27 times across the lake, but then he'd also never seen a geyser-like waterfall come rising up out of the lake as waves started to crash against the surface, and he said, "Giddy up, my friends, it looks like it's time to go." And I think that's where we left off.
Go ahead and give yourself a point of inspiration.
Thank you. That was a fun recap.
I can literally hear Zarak kicking rocks the entire time.
That's exactly what he was doing. Like, come on, something happened.
I heard that voice.
I was trying to embody Zerak's attitude over the course of this journey along the lakeside.
So you guys were swiftly overtaken by Zirak as you guys were slowly starting to mount the trail, as Zirak sort of leads Ophelia past everybody, and sort of Elise is looking around kind of confused as Zirak's like, okay guys, here we go, and then he starts going up the trail pretty fast, and then you guys look behind you, and you watch as the waves are now beginning to crash over, and you guys all pick up the pace and start moving up the trail at a pretty fast, unsafe pace. But you guys managed to get about halfway up, and as you look down through the shimmering haze of the atmosphere that seems to change the further you guys go up, you begin to see what seems to be small circular shapes begin to scurry out of that odd stale water, but the image itself is sort of miraged, and it's very strange. And you guys begin to climb and climb before eventually your ears pop from the sudden ascent and elevation change. And now you guys are looking at a flat lake. No sign of waves. The sun feels incredible on your skin, the breeze kissing it softly, just making the fear sweat of what you guys are witnessing as you guys are kind of making your way up sort of sends goosebumps up and down your arms and up your neck as the wind begins to sort of curl back in. And you notice that it's getting surprisingly colder as sort of time progresses on. And eventually, what seemed to be a scene of chaos taking place before you as you sort of continued your ascent has all of a sudden, as if somebody pulled curtains closed, just a very serene looking flat lake with stony rock beaches and bits and pieces of trees every now and then, and a waterfall just off in the distance pouring down.
Nothing to worry about, my friend. See, I had it under control.
But the way you were running, it didn't seem like you were in control.
Right. I'm sure you knew that was going to happen with the water, right? For disturbing
You
it.
didn't throw something in the lake.
He ran by us.
I didn't throw something.
I won't confirm or deny that he may or may not have done.
I will acquiesce to your request, Thalion, and I will tell you that I did not throw something into the lake.
Did you happen to see what happened?
Yeah, the lake didn't want us to leave, it seems like.
do I believe him at all? Do I believe him at all?
Yeah, I'm definitely wondering, though. He beat me last time, but I'm curious if I believe his story.
The water was alive. Makes wiggly arms.
Tell the truth.
There's definitely a manic, like, zealous sort of look in Zirak's eyes where he's trying to find the energy to kind of embellish a bit on what just happened. Valeria, you can clearly see that there is some sort of deception on his part, and Dallin, you just kind of have this feeling in your stomach that he might not be 100% truthful with you at the moment, but you're not quite sure because Zirak's usually pretty truthful with you.
Sensing that my allies might be onto my deceit, I kind of shrug my shoulders and say, come on, it's not like none of you wanted to see what would happen either.
No, actually, I could honestly say
People
no.
told us not to, so I assumed it would be in the best interest not to, even though maybe I did also kind of feel like doing it, but I didn't.
I have
Of course
learned
not.
when surviving in this land, if my mentor says not to do something, there is a very, very seriously good reason why not to.
Don't look at me. I didn't see anything.
And I've learned that nothing is true until you see it for yourself.
No, curiosity killed the cat, but knowledge brought it back, right? Something like that.
No, the cat's dead.
The cat also gets 9 chances, and I wink at Elise when I say that.
Exactly. Hence the reason why knowledge brought it back.
Curiosity like
reason-
that has gotten a lot of people killed in these lands. We are strong,
There's a-
yes, but still, I don't want to.
There's
see
a reason
someone-
why there's a saying called ignorance is bliss.
I feel like we've had this ignorance discussion before, and I disagree that ignorance is bliss because I'm a man of knowledge and ignorance is just ignorance and bad.
I have to say, I think ignorance has gotten people more killed than anything else.
Knowledge is power.
Also,
At any rate, you all have your skins. You're all fine. We just got to see a bit of a water show. So I think it's okay.
Well, we should push forward. We'll be heading towards Condor's Rise next.
I'd be happy to ride up front where you can all keep an eye on me now.
Yeah, she can help me spot the markers.
And hopefully we remember not to come back this way, just in case.
yes, let's remember to see if there's another alternative path.
Mm-hmm.
Is Droman riding with Rovanian?
No? I thought Drummond had his own horse, because Ro is walking.
Okay, well, I don't, I couldn't, but I'm going based off the marching order, and I thought they were riding with Quasimodo. But never mind, if I'm by myself.
All of you guys are on your own horses. So Rudy, Thalion, Droman, Rovanian, Zirak Elise, Leonor, and Valeria, and Welf and Tristan are taking turns walking ahead of you, and they have their own little small, skinny horse that they're using to kind of ferry themselves, just to make it easy on everybody.
How are your hands, Drummond? Are they healed?
Yeah, they're feeling much better.
My face is fine, by the way.
Oh, I sincerely apologize, my friend.
I turned away.
All I really want to do was knock you out, but
You're now speaking to the back of Rudy's head, as she has just turned away now and has this sort of attitude about her. It's going to be a while, I think, until forgiveness is done.
She's never gonna forgive you, man. Just get over it.
I'm assuming Rovanian has a lot of guilt going on because he did not mean to hit her that hard at all. Even though she did use a spell to blast him back like 10 feet.
Feel the guilt of your own actions, Chris.
Well, Rudy, just like with Droman's fingers, if you wish to be rid of the scar, just let me know.
This face is my life.
So on the about coming close to mid-afternoon of the 28th of Zostos, over halfway through now, the harvesting month, knowing that you're now coming into the very beginning of fall, sort of the pangs and memories of the festivals that take place around this time at the beginning of harvest and the food. It really sort of makes your stomachs kind of growl and hurt just thinking about it. And it also kind of makes your hearts ache a little bit with longing and sort of the desire. Thalion, you sort of feel empty. Not really wanting any of that. Just sort of focus straight ahead at what's happening before you. Rovanian, you despise civilization, villages, towns, the destruction they wreak upon the wilderness that you love so much. But everybody else, there's definitely a homesickness now, stuck here at the highest elevation possible that you guys have ever been to, traveling this desolate wasteland of a mountain valley with just nothing but what appears to be miles and miles and miles to go.
Zarak will make a little bit of conversation and saying to the group, I wonder if any of you ever wonder what Roger's been up to in the months since we've been gone, or what's been happening back in Halanon in the situation that we left, if the cult has indeed been subdued and leaders of good have taken their place. Do any of you ever wonder what's happened
every day
since that
since we entered this land? I've been wishing to go back.
It has been a while
Roger
since I
such
sent
a
a note.
state.
Who's Roger and what cult do you speak of?
Roger is a friend.
We've talked to Rovanian about our past, so you wouldn't ask that because
Okay,
we have
I wasn't
those
sure.
discussions. Yeah, it's okay. We
I believe the last time we sent a letter back to check up on them was when we went through Valkenburg. Maybe the next time we're within a town, we should send a message forward.
I agree. I do worry about that man since he was quite sad when we left.
I was going to ask who.
I could always cast sending to see how he's doing, but as before, I just, I figured maybe the faster we got this done, the faster we could get back.
Exactly.
Well, we've been gone for how many months, Mark? Has it been 4 or 5 months now?
Oh, man.
There's been a long time since we went south to go to my little adventure that took like a week.
Very long time.
You guys arrived in Brayburn during the very first festival of spring. You guys got to the Hornwood at the end of spring. You guys used your summer months to travel all the way into the Barrowlands, traveling north, and now you guys have ended summer. You guys have missed the month of festivals. And now you're almost through the harvesting month, getting closer and closer to Gorgrith and the Witching Week at the very end of fall. There is a sense in those of you that are keeping track of this time that you know you do not want to be stuck in these mountains when it gets closer to winter. They are called the winter caps for a reason, and it gets brutally cold. You can actually start to feel the changing of the temperature, and thankful that you guys have bought yourselves these cold weather clothes.
I'm even thinking a bit further in that not only do we not want to be in these mountains come winter, but we may have to stay in the Barrowlands until spring because there is another pass to get back west that we would have to go over, which may be impassable over the winter months as well.
Actually,
So-
we traveled over that in Valeria.
You traveled over that. You traveled over that during the very early melting period, but you guys haven't traveled over it in deep winter. Those of you that live in areas that do get snow, you know that deep winter is a month of almost solid darkness. Think of the midnight sun, not the midnight sun, just think of like 30 days of night in Alaska, where it's just super duper dark all the time. There's maybe a couple hours of sunlight per day, and it is just brutally cold with huge snow drifts.
And there's vampires everywhere.
And it's very hard to sort of move around and travel during those months. and it's you guys are sort of up against the clock, as well as trying to get to your destination safely at this point.
How much farther do we have to go?
Wasn't there something about
Until Thalion is satisfied. We are traveling until Thalion says, I give up on finding my goddamn friend, let's go back.
Rudy will then, she will mimic,
Pretty much.
Dalian's voice and go, I give up.
Nice! I love it.
Thalion, you're starting to hear your companions sort of speak out almost in distress and kind of I mean, they're feeling, what's the word I'm looking for? They're feeling as if this is turning into a lost cause. You can kind of hear that they're fearing for their safety now being stuck at these high elevations.
Xeric, would you give up if this was your beloved that you were searching for?
I would not. However, I don't know that I could ask the rest of you to accompany me if I was stubborn enough to not give up. But I think the sense of hopelessness is because we've been here for months and we have so very little to go on. I guess I just want to see some progress, like some good news. We still have no word of where your friend went.
Actually, I'm following quite a bit of clues, but no one seems to listen. So we are going off.
Why did we? So do you know where we're headed? Are we headed towards these winter caps, or were we headed towards the mire? Because I'm confused why we went south along the bottom of the lake in the first place if you knew where we were headed. Where are we going?
Thalion stops the horse and turns around, kind of staring everyone straight. Every time I tend to point us into the direction from the clues, there's an argument on we should be going this way. Now, is everyone finally ready to listen? We are heading to Condor's Rise, where the Ranger's notes, those who I trained with, will be waiting to assail the one who is creating the creatures. Those are the things that are taking the captives, and that is who has her. I would like to get there and save her while she is still alive before she is turned into one of those things. And all of this were in clues that we picked up from the notes I have, from the bags we found, from what we found in the rat den. So we are close.
And you guys should take note that it was Rudy last session that convinced everybody that perhaps taking the road less traveled to the south might be the safest. While Thalion said we should just stick to the northern road, everybody wanted to go south.
In my defense, I wasn't feeling myself.
You weren't in your right mind at all, Rudy.
Shut up!
I will incline my head to Thalion and say, I am sorry if it seems that we have not followed your wisdom thus far. I am ready to let you lead.
I do know these lands well. Not as well as my home, but well enough. I'm doing what I can to keep you all safe. And once we are through this, I will have the answer needed. That way I can get you all out of here safely. Please know I do not wish any harm on any of you.
As Thalion is saying this, Rudy will prestidigitate a little torch and she will wave it over her head slowly. Yay, speech! I love it.
You're not being very subtle, Rudy.
To answer Valeria's questions, whether it's an answer I want to see or not, I know I will have to accept whatever fate has been bestowed.
Rovanian would actually give a pretty sturdy nod to that. He appreciates that sentiment.
Yes, I do exactly that.
The climb on this side, you guys are noticing, is a lot higher. You seem to be descending further and further up. Time is sort of wearing on, but you guys are keeping a good pace now, seeing as the danger behind you has seemingly vanished without a trace. And you guys are moving slowly up, and you start to notice that you begin to reach what looks like an uneven kind of plateau, where everything sort of begins to open up, but there's cliffs that sort of build almost like giant steps. That's not a very good description, because you guys will have something different in your head. The terrain itself flattens out a bit, and then rises, then flattens out, and rises, and it almost looks like steps for something gigantic at one time, but you can see now where their trail sort of follows it off along the different areas. You guys begin to coast up a bit. I didn't bring your horses on this map here. You guys coast up a bit, and you see that the trail goes straight. There's a small arm of it that goes down a little bit and runs sort of perpendicular, but not at the same elevation. Sort of probably about 20 feet before you lose it, curling around a cliff face. And further up, probably 20 feet up, you can see another shelf that kind of goes up. The sort of blowing of the wind, kind of the only noise you're hearing. The pace of it seems to be picking up. You can feel the sort of wind burn now as you guys are sort of marching directly into this much stronger, colder wind, turning your cheeks red, feeling raw. Your lips are getting that wind burn chapped feeling to them. You try to stop yourself from licking them constantly, knowing that it only makes it worse, but you can't help yourselves. What would you guys like to do?
Thalion is still trying to keep the pace while following the trail that should lead them to Condor's Rise.
What time of day is it? Sorry?
It's getting close to dusk. It's probably about 5 to 6. The days are still pretty long. Even though you're coming into the early fall, the sun is still up there quite a bit. And there is some light, but the sun is definitely setting behind the tall peaks.
Dallin, will our destination, will we be able to make it in the next few hours, or do we need to make camp?
It might be safer to make camp. You're all gonna need your energy if they are assaulting the source.
In that case, I will look around and see if I could maybe perhaps find a suitable place to camp.
I mean, you guys have come up to this sort of plateauing area with lots of flat spaces, but you have to sort of move continually up. And like I said, you guys are going up a path right now, and you're watching as it sort of breaks off, and one leads lower and almost runs perpendicular, but you lose it behind a curve, while the other one rises and then turns, but you lose it at the turn further up ahead.
And which way are we going, Thalion? Are we going the one that goes up or goes down? Left or right?
Which way do the marks that Ellie left lead?
Give me a perception check. You stop everybody, you jump off, and you begin to sort of look around this convergence. And you find a bush. And for some reason, as you sort of look out of the corner of your eye, you see what looks to be the flash of blue. You walk up to the bush and you sort of part the leaves, and hanging inside, almost blowing with the leaves, you would have missed it if you weren't looking for it that good. You see what seems to be a small blue feather, sort of dangling, intertwined with the thick, fat leaves of the bush. And it is on the upper trail. And I'm going to move you to the map here.
Okay, there's a map now. Oh, sheer. Okay, that's a sheer cliff. Okay.
You can see the small blue feather in this bush here, up on the upper trail. And you can see where the trail comes down this way, sort of breaks off and begins to wend its way down. And you can kind of see up ahead where it starts to flatten out a bit.
Can we see? We can't see down here, can we?
Not at this angle, because you can see how it kind of curves and how you guys are kind of making your way up. You're now just starting to flatten out. As you can imagine that you just hit a switchback, and now that you're sort of level, you can start to see the beginnings of that trail dip down and run off on the side area.
Is the wind blowing at all, or is it dead?
The wind is definitely blowing. It is cold. You definitely feel it on your ears. Those of you that don't have your cloaks up, like it's a typical cold, like I'd say January day, with that brisk wind coming down. The wind is definitely in like the 40s.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Is it coming up the mountain or down the mountain?
It is flying directly into your face, so down the mountain. Zirak, as you continually check for the weather, as you craft your druid craft in your hands, you're looking at the weather ahead, and you just see constant cold. It doesn't show you snow, per se, but it does give you the knowledge that the temperature is dropping rapidly.
It's not going to get any better, my friend. As I smile warmly from within my weatherproof cloaks.
Now that we know the way, perhaps we should take shelter down below, and then in the morning, just to get out of the weather, and in the morning we can backtrack to the top.
I can't feel nubs of my own. Yes.
Which direction are we heading? Up here?
We're heading up.
Yeah, you guys
are
you guys are still ascending up this cliff face, but now you've just managed to run into this plateau.
Perhaps there will be an outcropping or a cave of some kind higher up.
I agree, considering we do not know if there is something to that other trail, which is not where the markings are leading us.
About how many hours do we have left before dark?
You guys probably can maybe push it a little bit. You probably have 2 more hours before it really starts to get dark.
I'm willing to push it a little bit, but I agree with Rovanian that If we don't make much progress in the next hour, it's probably safer to not risk breaking the horse's legs.
Agreed. Let's see if we can find shelter heading up.
Mark, Rovanian's background is Herald of the Gods. I don't know what that means.
You don't need to worry about it.
Okay, I don't know. Well, I'm not trying to play him like a ranger, and I was kind of falling to that.
Chris,
Yeah,
you
you're
do not
a
fight
you're a
against your own
barbarian.
god.
You're a barbarian, so.
Chris,
Don't worry
just
about it.
act like your normal self. That's Rovanian.
Oh, God, okay. If you guys want me to do that.
Alien, as you continue going up the trail and past the bush, you hear Garshadow give a pretty low audible growl as he sniffs the air, staring down along this pathway.
What is it, Garshadow? What do you smell?
You can definitely tell that his hackles are raised.
Mark, if I look around, I'm specifically looking for any of the holes or tunnels that were made by those other creatures that dug through the ground. Just because we've encountered them before, I want to make sure they're not around here.
On the path that you're looking right now, you don't see any sort of craters. You don't see any sort of dugout tunnels along these sheer cliff faces. You're not really seeing much along the trail per se, but it does catch your eye that Garshadow's kind of staring down this trail as Thalian's leading him, and he's looking at it very cautiously.
Your cat provides an early warning, Thalian. We should be careful.
Maybe
we
it's
should take care
more.
of
Maybe
the
it's more
problem.
rats.
I'm not looking forward to anything coming
Hope
up
not.
behind us. So maybe we should make sure there's nothing around this corner that'll be a threat.
I'll go look.
I would like to cast a spell, Mark.
What would you like to cast?
Mage armor.
That triggers my ward.
Okay. You guys watch as Rovanian jumps down from Quasimodo, hands drumming the reins, and sort of begins to skirt a little bit. This trail here is not as well worn in as the one directly above you, Rovanian. There's a lot of loose shale and stone. There's a lot of what seem to be gouges, almost like deep rents in the dirt, in various spaces, and you can actually see where there's some gouges up along the cliff face. And you sort of walk down a little bit, kind of looking at it. You turn around and look behind you, and Thalian has jumped off, and you can see Garshadow sort of eyeing past you a little bit, sniffing in the air, growling. Not really loud, but it's that. It's like a dog's warning growl, the sort of growl that he's letting out right now.
Would Rovanian know what kind of creature or what could have made these gouges?
He's an outlander. He's traveled. Go ahead and give me a nature check. This is something that, you know, it could have been stones that have fallen and kind of rolled off. I mean, the sort of slope is minute enough to where there could be stones that land and kind of move off. You don't know.
Okay.
What do you check the ground for? Do you see any marks?
I do. I point out the gouges that you mentioned. I was trying to discern what possibly could have made these, but I am uncertain of that. Chris, can you hear us?
Rovanian, what's your passive perception? Oh, what's up? Okay, so to catch you up, the group has moved up the cliff on on the other side, and the sort of rushing of water has disappeared from view, almost as if you have escaped this sort of bubble. And now you're looking down at a very calm, serene scene below, and you guys kept climbing and climbing and climbing. Now you've reached a fork in the road. Thalion has said we should go this way, but Garshadow let out a warning growl about the trail that goes down to the south, sensing something, to which you and Thalion have jumped down. You've noticed a very loose, sort of unmaintained trail, but scattered along the rock face on the cliff and on the ground as well, there are some large gouges and kind of rents. You rolled a 4 on your nature check. You're thinking that it could possibly be due to maybe falling stones that have rolled and landed.
Danny would like to try his expertise at...
You are now in the mountains, by the way. You are no longer in the forest.
So not his, like...
Not his, like, expertise,
yeah.
but he's outdoorsy enough.
So I'm gonna kneel down and take a look at the gouges.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a nature check. And then what are yours and Rovanian's passive perceptions?
My passive is 19, I just rolled a crit on my nature.
Okay.
My passive is only 10.
Okay, because you lost your
Yeah, I lost the thing, yeah.
your PP bonus from last time. Okay. Dalian, these are definitely not made from falling rocks or boulders. This is definitely something that has pierced the ground and sort of made these gouges. You're thinking that these are more scratches than anything. And as you're looking at it, the wind is now beginning to blow, and you're now beginning to catch a minute scent in the air that just sort of tickles it and goes away. It smells of rot, decay, mold. Something currently either dying or dead.
I would like to, as I'm kind of piecing things together, use my primeval awareness, see if I sense any undeads.
Okay, so you burn a spell slot and you throw your senses out, feeling to the ground, trying to get that sort of feeling in the back of your neck that tells you that yes, there's something here, but nothing. Wait. But there is something. It's not directly in front of you. You can feel sort of your inner compass dragging you further to the northwest as you sort of look up to the cliff face. It's faint. It's very faint. But you can pick up a ping of something. It's that gut feeling that says there's definitely something there as you look. But as you sort of look down this trail, you don't sense that. It seems to be further up.
Well, Rovanian, this was definitely not made just from the rock face. Something is either wounded, dying, and it might be from something that's up the trail.
So are we separated from the group right now, or?
They're right
You guys are probably about 10 to 15 feet away from the group, as the rest of them are sitting on their horses, and you guys are looking about, watching them sort of converse with each other as they examine these large scrapes.
Alright, AFK a second. I'm here, but I'm eating, so I don't want to be munching in your ears. If you want to go explore, I'll follow behind you.
I want to make sure it's not maybe one of the Shadow Walkers who maybe got ambushed, or some other wounded creature. and maybe discern what type of thing it is that's up the way we have to go. And I'll kind of turn around and wave to the others. Does everyone see Thalion kind of waving them over?
Oh.
What is it, Diane? What did you find?
There may be something wounded, dying. It's possible it could be one of the Shadow Walkers that came through, or just a wounded animal. I believe if we check on this, we may be able to discern what we may be walking up towards. There is some form of undead up the way we have to go, but I do not know what kind. I think we should probably move along this trail and see what's in there that scurried away.
You guys can now just start picking up that scent. Now that he mentions it in the air, there's a sort of tinge to it that comes in wafts. Not wasps, wafts. Jesus. Not the bees. So it's almost wafting with the wind at intervals, and you can catch it. It's like walking by a sewer manhole, and you catch the smell for a second, and then you keep going past. And it stinks. Zirak, you send Moonlight, even though his mind kind of protests that he doesn't want to sort of leave. He's still fidgety, still very nervous. You watch him fly, and there around the corner you see a cave. And then he lands, and he looks.
Yeah, I'm landing on that bush and just kind of looking into the cave if I can.
It takes a bit of focusing as you look through his eyes, as there's still enough light here that the darkness inside the cave is almost in stark contrast, almost hard to pierce through. But you can start to make out the shapes of what seems to be piles of something. The scent to him is incredibly strong the closer he gets to the cave area.
It appears there is a cave along the trail to the east of us. Moonlight senses something that smells very strong, very ripe, wafting out of the cave. But it might be a good place to find shelter.
Shall we find out for sure while we have the
Perhaps after a cleansing.
recruits watch the horses up here? Don't want to bring them along.
Until we know for sure.
I agree, but let's not tarry too long. They'll get cold up here if we don't keep moving. So, yeah, let's move. I have my magic will protect us.
Gar Shadow drops a little bit lower, and now the horses begin to sort of stamp in place and move around. Their eyes are getting wide. Their nostrils are flaring.
Is it night?
Everyone, weapons at the ready.
I'm going to instantly look into the sky.
You look up, and there are two shapes hurtling down ridiculously fast. And you watch as one by one, because there's only two of them, a strange amalgamation of monsters sort of fly down, wings spread, landing with a loud thump, causing the ground to almost tremble as stones begin to scatter. And you guys see these two creatures now letting out roars of disapproval.
They come from above!
Wait, what goes on about
Maris.
Oh no.
And they're eyeing each and every one of you, and they're looking at the horses, and then they're looking at you. Lion's head, sort of drooling.
Oh god.
A dragon sort of head, sort of dripping with saliva. And then you see this bleeding goat head that its eyes are wild, and it's looking around all crazy, as if trying to focus but not able to. And they're just eyeing you as they begin to sort of kind of creep around, almost in a stalking nature.
Is it just the one chimera, or did you say there were two of them?
Oh, you guys can definitely see two, as one landed further up ahead, close to the cliff, while another one seems to be kind of making its way around, looking at you all where.
Would I know anything about these creatures?
Go ahead and give me a nature check. You know that they're sort of magically... they're chaotic magic amalgamations. There's no true knowledge of how they came about, if they were the result of some sort of experiment by some dark wizard, or perhaps just a random mutated sort of form of life that has sprung forth from some sort of font of magic. That definitely is not natural. And it just sort of continues to slowly stalk along the top of the cliff. Looking down at you, the growl of the lion has this deep, bellowing sort of rumble to it that almost drowns out Garshadow's returning growl. The goat head begins to sort of giving off this strange bleeding sound that just almost sounds like it's gurgling at the same time. And the long, sinewy dragon neck with the head sort of looks about as it begins to sort of open its mouth as this sort of saliva drips, and you sort of get drawn to the saliva as it hits the stone, and you can see what seem to be almost wisps of smoke. Psst, psst, that sort of dissipate with the wind.
They seem fearsome, but there is more of us than them. Don't let them take the horses. Show them that we are the hunter and they are the prey.
Focus on one. Stay away from the edge of the cliff.
That's far enough, Mark. If it tries to get any closer, I would attack it. Actually, I would attack it.
What do we focus on?
I'm attacking. I'm attacking this one, right?
Focus on the one that
it's too damn close to Ophelia. No, it's not.
Here we go.
I was gonna give it a warning, like try to do the whole, if a grizzly bear comes at you in the wood, you're supposed to be really loud and try to scare it away. But you're inching your monster closer to my horse, and I'm like, no way, that's far enough.
Shoot,
kind of the opposite role as you do as a DM and a player.
What you do is you shoot the bear on sight. You don't give it a warning. It quote unquote attacked you.
Do you remember the last time you attacked a bear, Chris?
Yeah, he does. He died.
No, I didn't die.
Exactly.
Remember, you don't have to outrun the bear, you have to be faster than the guy next to you.
Or just smarter than the bear in the sense to outsmart it.
I remember somebody had to save you from that.
Shut up.
I have a fond memory of that, too.
I was acting appropriately. Oh my god, he stopped the bear. Perfect, he's giving me a clear shot. Thank you.
Okay.
I released an arrow.
Zirak, Lamorn. As you're sort of beginning to prepare and sort of bring this magic towards you, getting ready to defend yourselves and your steeds, at moment's notice, you begin to feel this buzzing sensation, tingling throughout your entire body. You did not feel before. It's almost this rush of magical energy that's kind of infusing your body. since both of you are so in tune with the winds, it's kind of strange.
I'm enjoying the rush. It feels good to be powerful.
I'll just look at both of my hands and... Kizev, this is your doing. Thank you for the blessing. And clasp my hands right to cast.
Drummond, you watch as Xerax sort of begins to make the motion as it begins to incant. This causes the Chimera up top to sort of get down low, and all three heads sort of bleat and roar at the same time, now getting ready to pounce. What would you like to do?
Well, I guess I'm going to just chuck a dagger at it.
Okay. You might not be in range. It's 25 feet up. So 25 feet up. Okay, it's right at 30 feet, so you are definitely in range. What's the range of a dagger? 30, 60?
It's 2060.
Oh, 2060. So you can move up if you want. But no, you're still out of range because it's 25 feet. You're currently 35 feet.
I think I'm actually going to use my action to activate the spider legs. So,
okay.
Yeah. I don't want to be knocked off a cliff. I heard stories.
Okay, you use your action, and the daddy long legs sort of like sprout out as your cloak transforms, driving the pinpoints into the stone themselves as you lift up off of the ground, dagger raised. Would you like to move anywhere or stay where you're at?
Let's go up there.
Okay. Elise.
Hold on. Let me see how far this thing is. Shit, I don't think I have anything that can reach over there that far yet. She is going to try to Vicious Mockery the one that's closest to her, that she can see within 30 feet.
Okay. 25 feet up. What's the range on that? 60 feet or 30 feet?
60.
You might... Oh, 60 feet, you're definitely in range. So that's a wisdom saving?
Yes.
21.
Oh, yeah, it saves. Nothing happens.
Are you going to stay where you're at? Sitting on Ophelia in the...
She is going to dismount from Ophelia, but yes, she's going to stay there.
Okay.
Crappity clap. So the one nearest to me, is it exactly 30 feet?
The one next to you, from where you're at, currently on the ground, looking up, is probably 25 to 30 feet away from you.
Alright, perfect.
And it's doing that thing where you can see it looking down over you guys. All three heads are kind of looking, as it's sort of perched on the end, looking like it's ready to pound. Are you going to cast a spell or use a cantrip?
That's actually a good question. No, I'm gonna chance it. I am going to aim upward and do a ray of frost and see if I can't slow it down just a little.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack. The 20 definitely hits.
Yes.
Are you going to stay on the back of the horse with Valyria, or are you going to try to get down?
Oh, right. I am going to quickly slip off and keep a glove pointed up and ready.
Garsha.
Our shadow is going to pounce this creature as he's got a climb speed, so just go straight up and bite at the both since he's going to be closer to that side and see if he can drag it down.
Which one? Okay,
I was
great
just
move.
describing where he was biting.
Okay, what's his climb speed, 30 feet?
40.
Okay, you can definitely make it up there. $22 works. $19 on their strength save. And as Garshadow is sort of up there by himself, oh no, you can stay there where you attacked him. I was joking. All three heads turn to look at Garshadow, and you can see that the lion head on this creature is much larger. It's almost the size of Garshadow's entire body. Stallion.
I'm going to reach down and grab my hand axe and I'm going to chuck it at the creature.
Okay. $24 definitely hits.
And this will trigger Garshell's reaction to bite at the creature again.
$21 definitely hits. Okay, is that the end of your turn? You're going to stay there?
I space out because I'm kind of eyeing that dragon head.
Okay.
Does the horse get a turn to move or be directed?
You dismounted off your horse, so I'm going to say on Rudy's turn, she can control the horse and she's the one on it.
Okay.
Elise, you should probably get off the horse and slap its hindquarters so it goes back down the mountain.
Elise is already dismounted.
Yep, she dismounted, but she did not slap Ophelia in the hindquarters.
I still see her sitting on the same square as the horse. So do I need to refresh?
I'm dismounted, but I haven't.
She's
moved.
still in that area, but she's right next to the horse standing on the side.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She chose the cliff face side, which is kind of dangerous, but we'll see what happens. This chimera takes off from the cliff, coming down here and sort of begins to hover. And you watch as the neck of the dragon begin to rear up as light begins to build inside the throat, and it's going to unleash fire breath. It would have to be there.
I forgot they could do that.
So I need dexterity saving throws from Rovanian. Rovanian and Zirak.
I'm going to use my point of inspiration on this save, Mark, that you gave me at the beginning of the session.
Both of you succeed, you will take half of this. So you will take 20 points of fire damage.
Okay, so I will take 9 from the temporary hit points that you gave us previously, and then I will take 11 off my ward.
And you can see it hovering there over the trail. After it blew its fire. Just hovering there, not moving. 10. Zirak, it is your turn.
Yes! Okay, I'm gonna tell you, Mark, once I draw this box, that before you said, oh wait, I guess I have to be here, it
Are
wouldn't
you
have
casting
worked.
a spell?
I am.
Roll a d10. Okay. Go for it. Go ahead, Ken.
I'm doing it. I'm just putting it's a 40-foot cube, and I pick up to 6 creatures in the cube, which I'm only going to pick those 2.
Okay, is it slow? Okay.
So I'm going to alter time for these 2 creatures. They need to give me a wisdom saving throw.
Let me double check that thing again. Okay, so that has no bearing on what happens here. Oddly enough, there is one of these heads on top of this creature that does have some wisdom to them. So they are somewhat wise. And if it rolls high, don't yell at me.
Wait, they each get a different save?
No. Just there's one head in particular on both of these beasts that gives them a little bit of wisdom. So one creature will roll, but one creature will roll per save, but there's one head in particular that raises this creature's total wisdom. Which will explain the +2 they have to their wisdom. Red. I'll say that blue dot fails, and here comes red dot. They both fail. They are both slowed.
Alright,
Well done.
so that was, I was hoping that.
Nice.
Alright, so, and I think the reason I chose this spell is because they have 3 heads. I was assuming they might get multiple attacks. I negated that shit. They only get 1 attack. And then I will now scramble over to my horse. So I'm gonna move my 30 feet. To there. And that will end my turn.
Well done. I gave them the clock to show them that they are currently slowed. Rovan.
So you guys notice that as Zarak casts this spell, because he pulls out his arcane implement and says words of magic and waves his hands, does the whole thing that, I make blue circles. I do the whole Doctor Strange thing. And you see that we're moving at a normal speed, but they seem to be moving in a slow motion pace now as the magic weave wraps around them.
I just see like that one cinematic moment in movies where the person's going real slow, everything else is going normal speed.
Okay, so he's still hovering, right? How high up is he hovering?
He's 10 feet up.
Can I
So
jump into him?
you move up, and he is still within sword range.
Yes, I'm gonna bonus action rage, and then I'm gonna take two swipes at him with my sword as I scream at him to come down and fight me like a man, I guess.
.23 hit.
He'll be radiant.
You guys watch as Ravanian runs up as the white wisps of smoke begin to curl off of his muscles and off of his head. Ravanian, the closer you get, you hear the roars and the bleats coming off, and it's like roar, and it's moving so inexplicably slow. .21 hits.
Okay, hoping I hope that basically by striking it twice, I got its attention.
Okay. Rudy.
So, I will call to Tristan, Faye, and Wilf, and I go, take care of the horses. I will leap up into the air, somehow using a little bit of Xerox slow. In slow motion, do this slow backflip. I hold out my two hands like guns. I point at each one of the heads, and I go, burn, 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 burn.
Nice. Nicely played.
Okay, and you can up to 3 creatures. So this is another wisdom save, charisma save. However, these are not very charismatic.
I'm assuming that it's only 2 creatures and not 6.
So going off of your backflip, I'm going to go, you're facing red first, and you go boom, 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 and then you flip in the air, and you see the other one and go boom, 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 and then you land. So we'll go red and then blue. So red, charisma save. Failing with an 8.
And I land off the horse.
Bane is a spell, correct?
Yes.
Roll a D.
A D what?
D10. I didn't know if that was, I forgot that it was a spell and not a cantrip. So roll a D10. Ooh.
I don't like it when you make that sound work.
And that Chimera fails.
Roll another D10, please. Roll another D10, please.
This is so going to be epic and cool, and not in the least bit negative.
if it is.
Beards for the girls. Beards for the girls.
Okay, let me
Feather
read.
beards. Feather beards.
I become a god.
Wait.
Okay.
That means Liam becomes a girl again.
So as you jump into the air and you begin to cast this spell, your body is infused with this titanic energy.
Yeah, it is.
And you can literally feel the force of this really mundane spell that you've learned and know and cast, and you felt it before, but it exudes from your body with so much force that you actually look at these slowed creatures almost take physical pain and or force from your spell hitting them and affecting them, though nothing really happens.
I knew I was this awesome.
Okay, so here we go. So red dot failed, and then now I'm going to cast charisma save.
Charisma save.
Okay, so he does manage to pass somehow, but you visibly saw him sort of get hit by the wave of your magic and sort of like tousle him in slow motion a little bit as it looks around, wondering what.
And that
We'll
will
give that guy the bleeding eye.
and
Okay.
I stick the landing.
You stick it, and it is beautiful. Thalion, there's a slight tear that comes down before it's taken away by the wind. You appreciate it.
Is there snow on the ground?
There is no snow. It almost feels like tundra up here. It's the ground is very hard. It's very flat. It's just this constant cold wind blowing. You're
Snow
looking
just
around, even
appears
at
out
this
of nowhere
bush.
for some reason.
You're looking at the bush in front of you, and you notice that the stalks and the branches are very thick. You're thinking that maybe only the hardiest sort of plants are growing up on this sort of plateau face.
I land with a resounding boom. and I'm done.
Moonlight. That was a good turn.
Alright, so Moonlight is going to take off from this bush and basically do a flyby, passing this Chimera using the help action. And I'm going to fly 60 feet straight towards Zerat.
Okay.
That's 60 feet. So.
It is Red Dot's turn. Okay, so reading your slow spell, it says on its turn, it can either use a bonus action or an action. Can't do both.
Correct. And regardless of how many attacks it can only make one melee or ranged attack.
And that's even with Molt taking the attack action and doesn't take into effect its multi.
Correct.
Oh,
It
there
says
is.
regardless of the
I see
creature's
it.
abilities or magic items.
I see it. Okay.
And if it tries to cast a spell, it takes him 2 turns possibly to cast that spell. Yeah. And he's half speed, also.
You watch as the Chimera vanishes from your sight over the cliff face. The dragon head's going to breathe fire on Garshadow. I need a dexterity saving throw from Garshadow, please. He succeeds. He'll take half. Half of 36. 13? No. What the fuck is wrong with me?
No, it's 18.
Yes. 18. He takes 18 points of fire damage. And that's the end of its turn.
Slow motion fire, Garshadow. Wait, mate, Mark,
Action
can I
movie.
can I see Garshadow from where I am, or is he too far?
He's out of range. Doug moved him further away from the cliff edge. So you have lost sight of him. You moved to your horse, so you're staring 25 feet up, and you cannot see it. You just watch the flames. Very odd, slow, magical flames wash over the cliffside.
Okay, fair enough. I was gonna try to protect him, but I can't because I can't see him.
And he is going to attempt his wisdom saving throw at the end of his turn. 21. He is no longer slowed. No, -4. I don't know if this will. 17.
17 does succeed. He's no longer slowed. 16 is the DC.
That was even a good Bane roll, too.
Yeah, well, you like to roll super. You rolled a 19 with your wisdom save. I mean, I guess you deserve to save.
I failed so many before that, though.
and then on Marcy's wisdom save, you rolled a 21 also. So your percentage is up.
I'm either rolling really low or really high. I apologize, everybody. There's no averages with me. That's the end of its turn.
Valeria's gonna go 5, 10, 15 right here, and she's gonna send a guiding bolt at the blue one because that's the closest one. She can't see the red one anymore.
Okay.
That's the first attack since the help action. Valeria, you'd have advantage on this attack.
Okay.
Valeria.
I'll put advantage.
You're using a spell slot. Please roll a d10.
1 second.
You can hear the grin as he says that.
You can feel this rushing of power as you begin to call forth this guiding bolt, sort of come from the ground and sort of rush up your body and sort of in a moment of like effervescent clarity in your mind. All the fatigue of the travel is just sort of gone as you cast it out. So go ahead and give me a d10, please.
D10?
D10. Okay, the 18 does hit. Go ahead and roll your damage, and he's going to make a strength saving. Okay, you watch as your bolt hits him, and it sort of kind of crumples and begins to fall until the wings slash out again. It almost looked like it was about to fall from.
Aww.
Roll a d4, actually.
That one didn't get baned.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's just slowed.
Yeah, the red one was the first one to get hit.
You know what, Doug? Go ahead and roll the d4 for me, please. I'm just joking. Valeria, is that the end of your turn?
Let's see. Turn for now.
Valeria, you really rolled a 1 for your initiative.
Yep.
Yes, I was really sad.
Are any of the horses unmanned?
I mean, I think they're all I think we've all dismounted.
Noble heart.
But I'm getting ready. I'm running towards Ophelia. I'm currently in the process of doing that.
30.
No, Noble Heart.
Dang it, Tristan! Very well if I told you to mind the horses!
25.
On what?
30.
You just got away from me.
Leomorin, you're not on Quasimodo?
No, I slid off, but I got a feeling I'm going to regret that.
And so he's going to make it all the way up here to this next landing. Elise, are you holding on to Ophelia? Nobody is holding on to Troy. Troy's going to run up the trail.
Is it possible for me to like jump in front of the horses and try to stop them from?
Give me from where you're at. Give me an animal. Just give me an animal handling check. Free action.
Yeah, I just kind of want to yell, "Hey, hey!"
Can I do
I
that
see
as
them get
well,
ready
since
to
I was
pull.
right next to mine?
I mean,
Yeah,
sure. If you want to keep the frightened
that's-
horses
yeah,
down
Ophelia.
next to the perilous cliff face, I mean, you guys are more than welcome to stop them.
No, you make a good point.
Zirak, Ophelia, and Troy, stay there. Thalian, go ahead and give me that animal handling check. You wanted to do it. There's no takebacks. This is quick.
Yeah, I'm reacting in the moment. I'm trying to.
All the horses stay in the danger of combat.
Sweet.
I thought I was doing you guys a solid.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry.
I was gonna mount my horse,
All right,
so
there
I
we go.
just loudly whistled and threw up my arms to try to keep the horses.
They'll stay there. Okay, Drew.
So I'm gonna move 25 feet up the cliff wall on my spider legs.
You
Uh,
climb it with ease. Oh,
And,
I took the wrong thing off.
throw my dagger, and then I'm gonna
Okay.
crawl back onto the side.
A 17 hits.
And I think I'm going to use the hide action. I've crawled. So cunning action, hide on the edge of the...
Okay, go ahead and just give me a stealth roll. Okay, you're pretty well hidden. Elise.
Dang it. Alright. I am going to... 1, 2, 3. Oops. 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. Okay, so 25 feet up. Okay. I think if I flew 25 feet up, could I land on the edge of the cliff? Oops.
Show me where you want to land.
Like here, I think. So it's 25 foot and then one over, so 30 feet of movement in total.
This is kind of perfect. As you fly up in that general direction and you land, go ahead and give me a stealth.
A stealth?
Yes, please.
Alright. Please be good, please be good.
Thank you very much. Okay, what would you like to do?
Okay, so now that she's within range... Wait, that's a big boulder right there, right?
That is a big boulder. You're kind of hiding behind it.
But I can... Okay. So I can kind of see the Chimera if I kind of like... You know, kind of like do that whole like peek around the corner of the boulder type of thing.
I will say choose a side. Either move one square to the right or one square to the left, and you can definitely do that.
There.
Okay, you peek around and you definitely see the Chimera now moving at a more rapid pace as Droman sort of chucked a dagger and then crawled back down off of the cliff face. Garshadow stoically taking on this creature, doing his best to protect all of you.
Where is it? Shit, I don't know if I have it on here. I'm not seeing that on my character sheet. Okay, I have to find it later. I'm going to cast a Dissonant Whispers at it.
Go ahead and give me a D10 roll.
What are the D10 rolls out of curiosity with them spells?
Roll another D10, please.
Chris, he explained that those who have magic are feeling a stronger bond to the weave that is more intense up here on the side of the mountain than normal. So that's the D10s or something having to do with that.
Oh, great.
You see the Chimera as you begin to cast your Dissonant Whispers. It begins to look confused as the eyes on all three of the animals, their eyes go wide and they begin to look around. It has disadvantage on the save.
So they look a little...
This is... What is this? Is this a Charisma or Wisdom save? What is
I think it's a Wisdom
save. So... no, let me double check that.
Cast a spell.
Yes, it's a Wisdom. It's a Wisdom. Not a Charisma.
Disadvantage, Wisdom. It fails with a 5. For some reason, the power of your spell is oddly amplified to a point to where it even surprises you the force that it seems to overtake this creature, and it's going to immediately use its reaction to run away. I mean, here, for shits and giggles, because...
Okay. And so do I still roll for the thing, or is it just out of range?
No, Dissonant Whispers makes it move away as an action. You still do damage to it.
Yes, please
Yeah.
cast your spell and roll your psychic damage.
Yes. Alright, so yeah, there you go. Second level.
He moved his distance.
Something.
Okay, so 10 total.
Yep.
Okay, very well done. What's your passive perception, Elise?
Currently it is a 16.
You begin to pick up another smell as you're sort of braced up against that rock. Coming from this way. It is rank, and it is nasty. And that's the end of your turn?
Yes.
Leomorn.
Alright, so seeing the one Chimera run off, I am going to...
You did not see the Chimera run off. You just watched as Dromond went up, threw a dagger, and you watched as Elise flew up there, cast a spell, and then vanished from your view as well. There's definitely a roar, some sort of roar, and what sounds like large thumping from up top.
Well, do I know which direction it's coming from?
It's coming from up on the cliff face, where everybody else is at currently.
Bit more concerned now, but who's okay? Just Moonlight. I'm going to quickly turn around, and I could see the blue one. I'm sure. I will, and I disconnected.
I got you. I can hear you.
Oh, there it goes. It's being stupid. Gonna turn around with lightning crackling, and I'm going to toss a chaos bolt at the blue.
Please go ahead and give me a D10.
If it'll let me. And
you begin to cast a spell, and you hold it out, and you watch as the bolt crackles and then flies out from your hand, and it stays in front of you, hovering. And as you move your hand to the side, you can move it with you, and you move your hand to the other side. It's almost as if you choose to do so, it's almost like you might be able to delay this magical effect happening in front of you to cast it at a later time. It's very odd. Do you wish to push it forward or hold it with you?
Probably gonna hold it in more of a shock, and I'm like, Zerak, is this natural?
He's nowhere
like
close
putting
to
a
you at the
grenade in
moment.
your pocket.
You have this strange, like, you can finally see what this looks like. This spell is so fast to your mortal eye that now that it is sort of suspended in front of you, you're watching as this black undulating ball of energy switches from fire to ice to lightning to acid to this back to thunder, back to this crackling lightning, and then it turns into this weird globule of acid. It's just sort of suspended in front of you. It feels like you can kind of control where this is going.
Right. Never seen that happen before. I'm probably gonna just hold it just out of shock as I'm looking. I was looking over to Zerak. I was like, anyone else seeing this, or am I going crazy?
That's amazing! Release it!
Roll a
It might
1d5.
blow up your head.
If you're holding on to it, roll a 1d5.
Yeah, see? I said release it.
1d5?
1d5. Thank you very much. Okay, are you going to stay where you're...
I think I'm just seeing them, like, scoot around the spell. Just right there.
Almost as if he's holding a bowling ball. You're watching this ball of undulating energy, like floating just mere inches from the palm of his hand, moving wherever he moves his hand, as he sort of starts making his way around.
Please tell me I'm not going crazy right now.
So Guard Shadow getting scorched.
Hold on. Okay. Go for it.
Guard Shadow's gonna run back into view of Thalion after getting burned.
Okay, it's going to use his movement to climb down.
And he'll just ready a claw.
So what's his climbing speed? His climbing speed is 40?
Yes.
Where was he? Here? 5, 10, 15. Okay, he has enough to make it down with the 40 feet of climbing speed down.
And he'll just ready a claw attack if the Chimera comes back for him.
Okay. And Thalion.
How far down is the creature from me if I go right there?
It's about 10 feet away, I think.
Perfect.
So I think it's within your reach.
I pull my glaive out, I'm gonna strike at it.
Okay.
See if I can clip its wings.
$15 will hit.
And I'll spin and hit it again with the opposite end.
Hit. Okay. Okay, this Chimera 10 feet up in the air is going to use its action to disengage. Does not recharge. This is going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 for half of its movement. And it's going to stay there and hover in front of the cave. And it's just going to sort of give that slow growling. Kind of there as it's hovering in midair, looking at you, Rovandian, and up at Thalion. Its eyes on all the heads, like moving around frantically. Zirak.
Well, first give me your wisdom save, Mark.
Oh, that's right. This is a normal. 21.
Okay, good. Since you saved, that means I don't have to hold concentration on the spell that lasted for 1 round. I will now do something else. Okay, I am going to shoot. I wish I could. They're probably more than 500 pounds. Yeah, I'll just stick with normal. I'm gonna go ahead and reach into my pocket and pull out my diamond and form it into a softball-sized ball of. Let's do ice.
D10, please.
And I will cast. Yeah, I'm gonna cast that. So D10.
Okay, go ahead and cast your spell.
So I'm aiming for blue dot.
Okay. .24 definitely hits. And as you hit it with, what was it?
I'm making it ice damage.
As you hit it with ice, it almost hits it like a punch, and you watch it sort of tumble and crash to the ground prone. Your arm, almost like a shotgun as you cast the spell, almost fully spins you around as the magic leaves, and it glances off one of the shoulders of the creature causing it considerable pain enough to throw it to the ground.
Well, I like the effect. I hate the double ones that I rolled for damage, but that's cool. Alright, so I did use a second level spell slot for that. I will go ahead and move using 5 feet and then half my remaining movement to mount Ophelia. And then I will subtract that movement 20 feet from Ophelia's speed, making her speed 40 for the remainder of my turn. And I will move Ophelia 40 feet up the path.
Okay.
Do I want to go kill this thing?
You're looking at it. It's on the ground prone, but you can see it's like skirting backwards towards this cave.
Okay.
I guess I can't do that because there's too many horses in the way. So I will stop before Quasimodo. Can I fit there?
I will say yes.
Okay. I'm kind of pushing up against the horses saying, "Get the fuck out of the way!" Trying to come through here.
Okay. And Rovanian, it is your turn.
Okay, I am gonna try to attack it, so I'm gonna move to 30 feet to get. And I'll try to attack it with advantage, right? It's prone?
It's prone. 16 will hit. It mules out in audible pain. 26 definitely hits.
Okay, then just in case something comes up and I want to be able to run fast, I'm gonna move back 10. Oh no, never mind. He'll get an attack opportunity. I'll stay here.
Okay. Rudy.
So, seeing it back away got me a little disconcerted because chimeras aren't. They don't back away unless this is a family reenactment. I want to see if this chimera is protecting something in the cave. If you get my meaning.
Give me an insight check.
Pray for me.
It does. You're watching as you sort of peer around, looking off the side as Rovanian is cutting. The lion head and the goat are seemingly taking the brunt of the damage, and you can actually see the dragon head looking behind it into the darkness of the cave.
So, a parachimera protecting a cave. I see where this is going. I go, Zirak, could you send your bird into the cave and confirm something for me?
It would be my pleasure, Rudy.
Appreciated. And I will just take the dodge action on this turn.
Sounds good. Moonlight.
Alright, Moonlight is going to double move. So that's 120 feet. That's enough to get it into the...
More than enough.
Being careful to fly around the chimera. So like up above it and swoop down behind it. Just to peer inside the cave. Moonlight does have dark vision, but only out, I think, out to 60 feet or something.
Okay. Moonlight definitely sees inside. Can he communicate with you at this distance?
The way you've done it before, it's only simple things. So, like, if it sees things alive in there, it could probably say, "I see big giant field mice." I mean, it's an animal, so it can communicate thoughts and ideas to me, but not words or whole sentences. And only if it's within 100 feet of me. I think that is still within 100 feet, though. Yeah, he's still... Okay, excellent. I holler up to Rudy that the cave has a nest inside.
Just what I thought.
Okay.
They're protecting it.
Chimera 4. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55. It's rushing down in the aid of the other one. It's going to attack Rovanian 3 times, but with Bane. So let me get my dice roller ready. Actually, Jeremy, why don't you roll Bane for me? I'll give you the pleasure. Oh, give me a second here. Does not recharge. Okay, so the -2 on the first one. Here comes the bite attack from the lion. 12. I think that misses you, Rovanian.
This magic number for me is 16.
Okay, here comes the horns from the goat. 24.
That's gonna hit no matter what.
You take 5 points of bludgeoning damage. And then now the right claw.
Wait. Time out.
They're not slowed. They only have Bane.
Shit, no, it's 30 feet. Okay, I haven't used this ability yet, so I just wanted to double check the range.
No.
I can use my reaction to protect my allies with my ward, but you're too far away, Rovanian, sorry. Time in.
Now, did you cast another abjuration spell since your ward was destroyed by the fire?
My ward wasn't destroyed. My temporary hit points go first.
Oh,
my
that's
ward
right.
goes second. So my ward still has 6 health remaining in it.
So with your 10 hit points gone, make sure to subtract the +5 to your passive perception.
Yep, I did already.
And then Bane's not going to matter with the 24. And then here comes the claw from the dragon. Missing with a 10, Rovanian. That's the end of its turn.
Kill him!
Okay. Right here. And I'm gonna... Let's see. I'm gonna cast... Guiding Bolt at it at 2nd level.
Okay.
At normal.
Oh, roll a d10, please.
Okay. I didn't do that at 2nd level.
You didn't cast it at 2nd level, or because it missed, it's no longer 2nd?
Oh no, I accidentally clicked the 1st level.
Okay. No worries. A 9 will miss
Yeah.
as it sort of sails over and hits the cliff, or the mouth of the cave, and burst, illuminating it with light. You can see inside, and you see what seems to be a very large nest with eggs. In the blink of an instant, you see that there's rotting corpses and bodies around the base of the nest.
Let's see what I can. I guess that's all I can do since yeah. I'm just gonna stay there then.
Drummond.
I think I'm gonna climb up onto the top of this cliff and just ready my action, throw a knife at anything that seems threatening the horses. Or myself. Okay. Me or the horse.
Elise.
Yeah. I'm going to move on over here, go over the cliff, and yeah, ready to attack anything that comes up at us.
Okay. Leomorn, you still have your magic globule of light in your hand.
You guys see him like holding it. You guys see he's like holding it up in front, like excuse me, very volatile. Excuse me.
Always Leomorn.
Get that thing away from me!
What do you think I'm trying to do? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Don't mind this.
Okay, who are you attacking?
Holding the glob out, I'm going to aim for red to try to at least deter it away.
Okay, go ahead and make your Chaos Bolt attack as you push the globule towards him like a spear. 21 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Let's keep it safe.
Okay, so it looks like it chains, and it's going to hit the other one since you rolled a 3 on both. And they're both going to take damage, so they're both going to take 8 fire damage.
Alright.
If I'm reading the spell correctly, right? If you roll a 2 same on the d8s, it jumps over to something close to it?
You still have to make a new attack roll against the next target.
Okay, so go ahead and roll again. This one will be at
and
normal.
the damage therefore could change.
Okay.
So Chaos Bolt again.
25.
Nice. Damn that.
Yeah, this is one of those spells where I keep rereading it and I still am trying to figure it out.
Okay, go ahead and roll your damage. Okay, so do you want fire or thunder?
Let's go with thunder.
Awesome. I love it, Mark. You gotta describe this one. The way this happens is just pretty fucking epic.
It's basically like I'm holding a glob, like, excuse me, pardon me.
Oh, give me a d8. Yeah, sorry, roll a d10.
D10? Alright.
Yes, roll a d10. This might add even more fun.
Oh, yeah. This one was fun.
Okay, it does. Okay, so you hold it out, and then you sort of like hold it out, and then you sort of use your left arm to shield Valyria, and you go, go! And then you watch as it starts slow, and then rockets at this creature, turning into this red ball of fire. As it slams into the lion, you watch the lion get pushed back, and all of a sudden, you watch as everything around it begins to vibrate, Rovan, and you begin to sort of stop and like try to get your feet as it almost feels like an earthquake underneath as this line of pure force thunder damage sort of echoes off of this creature, hits the chimera on the ground, kills it, and launches it off the cliff.
Nice! Oh, dude!
I did the Skyrim launch!
Leomorn, even Zirak is impressed with your magical ability right now. I'm like, damn, that's amazing.
So glad I wasn't in front of that.
Rovan, your passive perception is only a 10, correct?
Yeah, it's only 10.
Best part is we're in the mountains.
Okay, so Moonlight definitely sees the eggs inside break open.
Oh, nice!
And start to run.
Oh.
You guys hear a very mournful howl, mewling, roaring, bleeding from the chimera. Leomorn, is that the end of your well-played turn, sir?
I'm probably just gonna look over Valyria, just like, I didn't plan that. I swear I didn't plan that.
Must be the air. Sing the air.
Is that the end of your turn?
I'm gonna end it right there.
Elise, after the echoing of the thunder sort of dies down, you start to hear this coming in from behind you, and you turn around and you watch this very gnarly looking creature peers out of a cave.
Oh no!
You're just gonna turn around and be like, what the hell? Oh god.
It is gross. It is covered, and it's like leaking, and it's covered in like pus, and what seems to be large warts, buboes, and pimples.
Oh, pretty.
It stinks so bad.
Come give us a kiss.
Oh, so
and it sees you, and it starts running.
Reminds me of a fat version of that.
Does that activate
20,
my ready to
that
attack?
triggers your ready prepared action to attack with your rapier.
Okay.
Drummond also had a ready to action, right?
Sexy troll mongrel.
Drummond, you have your dagger out, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and fling your dagger as well.
Rapier away. Please tell me 22 hits.
Dude, I did not see that coming. What the hell is this?
Surprise, surprise, surprise!
At least could smell the damn thing, though.
Both of you guys go ahead and roll, because both of those things dig deep into its nasty, fatty, like almost translucent, like weird flesh.
Would I be able to apply a sneak attack to this? Or?
I'm going to say that Drummond is keen and smart enough to time his attack to where it gets just close to Elise.
Can I also apply Psychic Blades for this attack?
You most definitely can.
Okay. In addition,
so it's going to take 4, 10, 16, 20, 26, 30 points of damage. That's good.
Mark, I'm ready.
However, Elise, as your rapier digs in and you pull it out and Drummond's dagger finds its way just underneath its large, flabby, like, boob, some of the blood sprays out towards you. You take...
Oh, sexy.
Take 10 points of poison damage.
Ew! It got in my mouth!
And you're literally feeling... Hold on, let me double check to make sure it's poison. It is poison. And it splashes onto you, and you can feel it sort of begin to burn your skin. That's exposed as it's sort of splashing. It smells absolutely horrendous.
Oh god, my hands! It burns!
Okay, it's going to make a couple attacks at you. Here comes two of...
Hey, Elise, I wouldn't recommend going down the mountain and bathing in the lake.
Does 16 hit you, Elise?
Yes.
Zirak, she is very close to you.
Yep. So I would, for the first, as long as I can see her, I don't know.
You can definitely
down
see
that
her.
hill.
She moved just to the edge of the cliff.
Okay, then I will go ahead and use my arcane ward. It just protects some damage. So basically, what you guys would see is the normal shimmering magical ward that protects me would fly off of me and interject itself between the creature and Elise's body and absorb some of the damage.
Okay.
And it does use my reaction.
Okay, so that's a total of 20... 21?
13 plus 8 is, 21. So subtract 6 from that. So that would shatter my ward. You have to take the remainder, so you would take a total of 15. And my ward would shatter between Elise and the creature.
And that's not a spell action, is it, Zirak? That's just a class action.
It's a magical ability, but it's not a spell action.
Okay.
I'm not casting a spell to do it. It just uses my reaction to move my ward away.
You watch as its right claw comes hurling at you like a fucking comet coming out of the sky. there's a brief shimmer of almost what looks like a translucent image of Zirak holding out his hand, and the hand hits it, and it sort of stops it for a bit before the translucent image shatters, and the claws come in and rake into your body as the left one is now coming towards your throat. 17. You take an additional 17 points of damage.
Dude, sorry, Elise. I'll help you.
And now, as it sort of has its hand on your throat, its giant, nasty, gnarl-teethed maw is going to come down and dig into your shoulder.
Oh, it has to lick her with its really long tongue first.
For 15.
God.
Does a 15 hit you? I'm going to say yes. You take an additional 16 points of damage as the teeth bury into your shoulder, and now your blood begins to mix with this poison, and you feel your body sort of become to like spasm and shake.
Yeah, she's dead. She
passes.
You guys are watching this like large Marge looking motherfucker just come out of this cave and start eating Elise. Holy shit. That's the end of his turn. That's a very good picture. Very good picture. Thalia.
Okay, so I can't see her, but me and Garsha would hear the scream, right?
You definitely hear the scream. Don't put the X on yourself. You're not dead.
Okay, I would send Garshadow up the cliff, and he's not going to go all the way up to the creature, he's going to get ready for this next turn to charge it.
Okay, so it's 25 feet up, and you have 25 feet more of your regular ground.
So he's posing himself and getting ready.
Okay.
We'll ready in action if it charges him before then, though.
Okay, and it is your turn.
That's 15 up to that ledge there.
It is 15. But it's going to cost you 30 feet of your movement to get up to that ledge. Because you climb at half your speed. Unless you're athletic like Drummond and Rudy, I believe.
I do have athletics.
No, but you need to have the athletic feet. I believe that helps you with that.
Oh, okay. I'll just double move.
Okay.
I'm totally taking the athletic feat at 8th level mark.
Okay, and then it's another...
Zirak works out every day.
It's another 10 to 15 feet up, so 20 to 30 feet depending on which way you go. Okay, that's the end of your movement.
Okay, that's my turn then.
Okay, very good. Rest in peace, sweet soul. Zirak, it is your turn, sir.
Awesome! Alright, so I look up and see the creature kind of holding Elise by the throat and having taken a chunk out of her shoulder, and she's bleeding and hanging there limply in its hand. My eyes narrow, and their hourglass shape glows a fiery red as I gaze at it, and you see that the serpent appears in front of me, and I say, "You will go nowhere."
Roll a d10, please. in your hurry to cast this spell, the magic completely takes in with you, and as you cast it, you realize that you didn't even say a word. It just shot out of your body and projected what you want purely with your mind, as you didn't need verbal to cast it.
Nice. So I just thought, stay there, and I think I said it, but it didn't really come out. Okay.
Okay, so at the start of your turn, I don't have to do anything right now.
Not right now. Just at the start of your turn, you make a charisma save, or you just stay there. And then I'm going to use my movement for Ophelia. Now, mind you, I am keeping my gaze fixed on this creature as I ride up the side of this mountain. Actually, can the horse scramble up this, or is this too steep?
No, that's a cliff.
Okay, just making sure.
If you had some sweet horseshoes, I would say.
Yeah, I was gonna say put it in the 4-hoof drive.
Ophelia has a burrowing speed. It just starts eating through the rock.
Didn't we have a horse that had a
so
hover?
that's my horse's movement speed. I assume from here I can still see the creature.
Yes, you can. You can see both from this altitude.
Okay, so I just kind of rode up the hill so that I could get an eye on the battle taking place below me, but I am keeping my gaze fixed on Troll Boy over there, and that will end my turn.
Okay, very well done.
Ravanian, right?
Oh, Jesus, I did it again, Rovanian. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I queued you up, ready to let you go, and then I accidentally hit the damn.
Well, I'm still gonna take my turn. I'm gonna attack this guy while he's next.
It definitely hits. Okay, so that is 30 plus 41.
Basically trying to cleave the dragon's head off.
Nice job.
With your blade burning white hot, you bring it across and you sever all 3 heads, cutting off the sad mewling cries of this creature that watched its mate fall from the canyon, or fall from the cliff face, and its eggs rupture and burst as it begins to sort of spasm, move around, and falls down dead. This hurts you deeply, Rovanian. There's something deep inside of you that says that this creature did not need to die this way. Being someone that's so attuned with nature, you're not sure if you misunderstood the nature of this creature or creatures.
Yeah.
And you feel confused. Roll a D100, please. Your rage dissipates, and you sort of stare down at what you've done in kind of shock and confusion.
Okay, I'll stay here then.
Moonlight.
Mark, what about Rudy?
I did it again, Rudy! I'm not touching my mouse until Moonlight's turn is over.
Rudy is single tear. She goes, "It was supposed to be a family story." And she's just going to ready her action. She's going to ready her action till somebody tells her what's going on the up top.
Okay. You can definitely hear some screaming, but there's been a lot of screaming going on, and your attention was over towards where the chimeras were. So Rudy just calls out, "What's happening?"
It's more like she's just standing there in shock.
If anybody, I'll just say if anybody wants to use a reaction to fill her in with 6 words.
Elise is down. A troll is biting into her.
That's definitely more than 6.
I react to Elise is down, and I will because I can. I'd like to scramble up the rest of the way.
You climb this at normal speed, and you can even augment it with your boots at some point if you wish.
Yeah, I jumped the first feet, and then I have to 2 handholds to climb myself back up to get the last little bit. And then I will point at Elise and I go, there's been enough needless death. Rise! And I will healing word.
Go ahead and cast healing. Go ahead and reroll that 1. And then roll a d10 for me, please. Elise, you're going to take 9 points of healing. And your mind comes back into sharp, clear focus as your consciousness sort of kind of returns, and you're no longer sort of standing in place, and you wake up to your shoulder engulfed in the mouth of a large, stinking creature, and it's looking at you, its eyes wide, like it's ready to devour your entire body, and you just scream out in pain. I honestly don't know if Elise is with us right now.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay.
I was like, wait, what?
So yeah, Moonlight flies out of the cave, seeing the baby chimera scatter, seeing that they're also probably a little bit bigger than the tiny owl is. And
yeah, it whispers to you. It whispers to you. Eggs break. Eggs break.
Yeah. So it flies out of the cave just in case these little babies might be hungry for some owl. Getting its bearings, finding Zerak, flies up to his shoulder and takes the dodge action.
Okay.
Just to make sure I'm reading this right, I have 8 healed for 8, right?
You have 9.
3? 9. Okay. I just wanted to double check that.
Valyria, it is your turn.
I hear Valiant say Elise is down, and I go, okay, coming, and then 5, 10, 15, 20. Can I see Elise from where I am, or would I need to get closer?
You can definitely see her in the mouth of a creature.
Oh, good. I'm going to cast Sacred Flame at it. It's in range. Oh, wait, no, that's 60 feet out. That's way further away than 60 feet.
No, 25 feet up. You're 15 feet away from the cliff face. That's about 40 feet away from. Okay. Oh Jesus! Why can't I find it? There it is. It definitely fails, and it takes the radiant damage. You hear Elise kind of cry out again as it takes the pain. Its mouth sort of closes tighter about her.
Oh, we're coming! And then healing word at 2nd level for Elise.
Okay, Elise, you take an additional 8 healing. Roll a d10 for me, please, Carla. Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Top of the round. The horses are kind of staying where they're at since they were told to stay. They look very panicked. They're moving about. As Zerak jumped on one and started rocketing up the trail. Droman, it is your turn.
I'm gonna attack it with my rapier.
A 9 will miss.
cunning action, disengage, and I'm gonna be on the cliff.
Okay.
Okay. We're here for you, Elise. Help us go.
Elise, it is your turn.
Okay, so this creature's on my shoulder, right?
He's right on top of you. Just thematically, its mouth is like braced around your shoulder. You are not grappled. You're not restrained. You can do whatever you wish to do in this round. It's just sort of a mental image to scare the bejesus.
Well, she's expecting by the time this creature gets off her to be missing a chunk of her shoulder too now. Okay. Let's see if I have anything I can. I am going to. You know what? I'm gonna use Thunderclap on this thing. I'm pretty sure I can lift up my hand. One of them.
Okay.
I don't think that does I need to save.
It's the Constitution. This thing looks like it has quite a bit of Constitution to it.
Ugh, of course it does.
So go ahead and roll. Go ahead and roll your spell, and then roll a d10 because this might help you. So go ahead and roll a d10.
God.
In your mind, for but a brief moment, you have a revelation that you might be able to alter this spell quickly, as if this inspiration has struck you. You can choose, if you want, to not deal thunder damage. You can change it to any sort of damage you wish that is listed on any of the spells that you have on your sheet.
Well,
but you can stick with thunder if you want.
It
Here
would be
comes
psychic
its
damage
concept.
that she would.
It fails. You
And
watch
so she's
as
gonna do psychic.
you watch as the mouth removes from your shoulder as it grasps its head in pain. It gets thrown back, but it stumbles away, not with force, but it just stumbles away from you, holding onto its head 10 feet back.
Okay. You son of a.
However, as it takes the initial damage, no, it doesn't. Never mind. You have the rest.
Here. So you cut out what happened?
You still have your movement and bonus action if you wish to use it.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I'm gonna move back here. 15. 15. Okay, and then she's gonna stay there, and she's gonna healing word herself, and then that'll be the end of her turn.
Oh man, Leomord. You currently do not see where the creature went as it backed away from the cliff.
Okay. Oh dear. So if it'll let me, there we go. So let's see. Here we go. But at least 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Landmark?
I guess I'm gonna move there, and I'm going to cast Misty Step to get up there.
Okay, roll a d10.
That always scares me. That always.
It's nothing to be scared about. It's been super helpful. Okay. Okay, you Misty Step 30 feet up to the top of the cliff. Where would you like?
Guess I shall go back here.
Okay. No complaints from me.
And now seeing that creature, I am now going to lightly gag.
Okay. That's the end of your turn?
That's it.
Welcome to the gag group, the gag club.
You watch as this weird sort of chubby gelatinous like skin begins to wriggle and move as it sort of like takes these long gating like steps towards you in a sprint. It comes to here and you watch as one of its claws slices over.
Time out, Mark.
Yes.
It has to make a charisma save before it moves.
But does that move with it? Because the
Does what
thunder
move
wave
with
is
it?
30 feet away from it.
It cannot. Its speed is 0 on its turn unless it makes the charisma save.
5, 10 to there. Let me put the snake thing on it.
That's why I cast this spell, to keep it. Rudy asked me to
Thank you
not
for
let it
reminding
move.
me.
You're welcome.
That looks like a snake. It's not charismatic at all.
I didn't think a troll would be. Awesome. So yeah, it's basically just paralyzed, or its feet are anyway. It's not paralyzed.
Okay.
It just can't move.
So from this distance, you guys watch as its body begins to re-knit, and some of the wounds are. And I think that's all it can do.
It doesn't affect any of its other actions, only its speed. It makes its speed 0.
Yeah, that's all it can do.
It can howl with
You know what?
impotent rage.
Stuck in place, not being able to move, it's going to reach down and grab a rock, and it's going to fling it at Elise. So it's going to make a improvised weapon attack.
Excellent. That's totally what I would have done, Mark.
I'm just going to use its bite attack. Or its claws. I'll use its claws. 16 hits you, Elise. I'm going to make the rock damage just 1d8 plus its strength mod.
Okay, I'm guessing I'm still a little too far over, not far enough behind the rock. But yes, the 16 hits.
Oh no, it has direct line of sight at you.
Yep. Oh, good thing I wasn't in the air. Would have been bad.
You take 11 points of damage as the rock cracks you directly in your shoulder, almost threatening you off of the cliff as you stumble backwards from the force. That's the end of its turn. Garshadow.
Valiant kind of points to Garshadow, and Garshadow's going to creep behind this rock. That's going to be the end of his turn. Valiant's actually going to take the forefront this time.
Okay, Valiant.
As I get there, though, I'm going to pull out my what did I call it? My volatile risen puppy. I'm trying to set it on fire, and I toss this thing at it since it's within 30 feet.
Okay.
Do we know the properties of trolls, or are we just guessing?
I think people are guessing at this point, since nobody has to make a check on it.
Yeah, I was going to ask on my turn, but I don't want a metagame that we know that we need to attack it with a certain type of damage, and I feel like you switching to a grenade that does fire from your weapon is... Like, why are you doing that?
A 17 or a 15 will miss its AC. And what is it? It takes up a 5-foot radius of a point, or what does it do when it lands on the ground? It's pretty much Alchemist's fault.
Yeah, it explodes and it has to make a dex save. Oh no, that's just
Alchemist Fire. Alchemist Fire can throw 20 feet.
No, this one I just remembered how Mark originally built it. So no, it's not gonna do anything. I just missed. The dex save is only if I hit it.
Okay, we're gonna say, I'm gonna say that it hits off of this rock. Bounces off the rock, lands on the ground, and explodes. That part is now on fire. Valiant, you still have movement and a bonus action.
My bonus action would be another attack with my glaive, but I didn't attack with the glaive initially, so I will hold my ground there with my glaive at the ready.
Okay, 0.
Alright, so I'm going to be riding my horse up and around the 60 movement speed, but while I'm doing that, I would like to rack my brain for anything that I might know about a creature like this. If I've seen drawings of it in text or descriptions of it, just to see if there's... Because I did see it heal. So that's what's triggering me racking my brain to see if I can figure out if it has any weaknesses.
Okay, give me an Arcana check for you as you're thinking back on magical properties of strange creatures. You definitely know that this is some sort of offshoot, some sort of mutation of a troll. It almost looks diseased. Something you've not known of, because you've always heard of trolls being related to giant kin, being tall, lithe, crazy creatures, but thinking that they're part of the same family, you know that in this case, acid and or fire might be able to stop itself from regenerating its flesh.
Excellent. So armed with that knowledge, I will quote Elise from earlier, or not Elise, sorry, Valeria from the chat, and say, "Kill it with fire, my friends!" And I will firebolt it.
A 22 definitely hits.
And that will end my turn.
As the firebolt hits it, it sort of explodes, and you watch as more of the blood sort of shoots out, lands on the ground, and small little smoke wispinesses begin to come and crawl out where the blood is hitting the ground. Rovanian, it is your turn, shaken back into awareness by the screams of your companions and the ongoing attack. You look up and you see that something is going on further up.
Yeah, basically what's going through my mind is, I attacked these because they seem like they were unnatural creatures, but having them die now, I've washed with this feeling you gave me. I have this feeling I have, but then I hear my party in danger, and I realize I remember my charge, so I will just basically dash as far as I can. Can I get up this hill at all? If I want to dash?
You have 80 feet of movement.
But is it like require me to do anything as far as like difficult terrain,
No,
or I mean,
you can climb it, but it's going to cost you. It's going to cost you half your movement to get up. So if you go 5, 10, 15, 20.
40 80 puts me there, like that. I can do 40 to there, or that's half my movement, right? So I can get up to there?
I will say yes.
Okay, that's all I can do then, for now.
Okay. Don't get pulled in by Xerax saying it's an evil creature. Remember, I don't use alignments. You guys aren't sure what...
Oh no, that's more like me, like knowing that chimeras...
Wink, wink.
No, that's me, like, from my past D&D history, knowing that chimeras are strangely different.
No, I'm going off the fact that it's, I mean, like you described it, Chris, as an abomination. It's an amalgamation of 3 different beasts, and it breathes fire. It doesn't seem like a thing of the natural world, but that's just me.
But you see,
You're in a place.
plays.
You're in a place right now where the ground seems saturated with magic.
Yeah,
to where
no, indeed.
Magical offshoots could perhaps mutate things that live here, like these chimeras and this weird bulbousy large march troll.
Haven't you seen any of the plays, the family plays, where the monster has the family and then they become best friends and they live happily ever after? Because that's the whole point.
No, but it does kind of witcherify it for me. It seems more natural than magical. I like it.
And Rudy, it is your...
Okay, Rudy is going to move forward. And she is going to attack this troll.
Okay.
From the initial attack I saw with the blood, can I free action call out, watch out for the blood?
You can, but I'll say just as she's making the attack, which causes your... which causes you to sort of look over at Thalion as he yells that to you, and your rapier, or your short sword misses the mark.
I give a to Thalion.
You gonna say that?
Yes.
Okay. Moonrat.
Moonlight's just going to hang out on my shoulder and continue to take the dodge action for now.
Okay. Valyria.
Okay, I see everybody is up here, and I'm the only one down here. 5, 10, 15. How much movement would it be to get up here? Like
25 feet. So if
Okay.
you climb at half your movement, if you double move, you can make it up to the cliff with 10 feet to spare, I believe. Nope, you can make it up to the cliff because you moved 10 feet.
I'll just do that right there.
You guys watch as Valyria claws her way up, just panting like, oh my god.
I hate climbing things, and that's it.
Oh, you have a bonus action.
I guess I can call out my spiritual weapon.
Okay. And as you do that, Welf and Tristan and Faye are going to keep the 3 horses down there, not letting them move, trying to corral them. As you call forth
Better late than never.
Unicorn.
Press the button.
And go ahead and make your spiritual weapon attack. An 8 misses. It does this weird thing where it sort of hits the skin, but in a weird Kung Fu Fury type of way, like the weapon just skids off its slimy, nasty skin as the horse's hooves just graze and bounce off.
So I watch Rovanian and Valeria struggle and climb up the wall, and I'm just crawling all over on my spider.
Like Doc Ock.
So I'm gonna go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna climb up onto the cliff, standing over Rudy, make my attacks, cunning actions, disengage, come back to my cliff side.
Okay. So you're gonna move over Rudy.
Yes.
Okay, sounds good. A 14 will miss.
Dang. All right, I've cunning action, move back down.
Okay.
You should have used your lucky dagger.
Yeah.
I've only got one left.
Sort of hanging suspended with your head sort of looking up so you can still see it. Elise.
Alright. Whoop. Let me. Okay, cool. Alright. So, ow. Where is it? What is this? Yeah. I'm gonna use. Okay. I'm gonna use, I'm gonna try Heartache on it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d10 for me. And cast Heartache.
Whoop. Okay. And then, hold on one second. Let me click that.
It takes the 18 damage as it sort of, both hands go to its heart, and you watch as these sort of bluish black tears begin to run down its face, and then it begins to sort of bat at its ears and like put its fingers in there like it can't hear.
Odd.
Is that the end of your turn?
Dude, did you really, like, break the creature's heart, Elise?
I don't know. I rolled a 7, so
That's sad.
It begins to cry out this
I'm
very,
gonna
very sad, blubbering cry.
myself. And I think I still got movement, right?
So what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna bonus action heal myself and move.
You cast Heartache, so you can't do that.
Never mind.
Yeah, Heartache's not a cantrip.
Oops.
So you still have your
Let
movement.
me move. Okay, I'm gonna move back behind this rock over here next to Ravania and be like, "How you doing?"
Lay him on.
That's actually impressive. Okay, going to. I got an idea. I don't think anyone's gonna like it, but I got an idea.
Push me!
I feel bad for anybody who gets in an emotional relationship with Elise and ends up breaking her heart because they're fucked.
What do you got? What do you got, buddy?
Okay, I am going to.
Right? It's a good thing Elise doesn't have any exes, huh?
I am going
Let Laymorn do his thing here.
I'm gonna take a sidestep over as I start to feel energy build. Stick a gloved hand out and I just yell, "Incoming!" as I cast lightning bolt.
Uh-oh, last time he did this, he hit one of our friends in the back. Watch out,
It
guys.
fails its dexterity saving throw. And roll a d10 for me, please.
Yes.
Fortunately, I'm behind him, so he can't hit me.
Good call, Ro. Good call.
Watch, you say that and watch. Now the bolt's gonna bend backwards and hit you.
Okay. Go ahead and cast your lightning bolt.
Yeah. Wait, why didn't it? Hold on, let's see here.
Just roll 8d6.
Okay. Forgot it doesn't do that.
Okay, so it's going to take 34 points of lightning. And as the lightning hits it and it begins to course through its body, it puts its hands against its ears again and sort of screams out. But it in a way that people whose like eardrums have burst, like it can't control its tone.
What in the bloody hell is it doing?
Rudy, you are going to take 10 points of poison damage as you were splashed with blood as the lightning explodes, showering you with poison. Lamorn, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's gonna be it. And glad that I
Make
didn't
sure,
hit
you
anybody.
guys, when Leomorn uses magic, you stand way, way back.
Funny!
Not needing to move.
That's why Elise is hiding behind the boulders.
Well, just for shits and giggles, here comes this charisma save. Still can't move.
Yeah, still 0.
Here comes 2 claws and a bite at Rudy.
Yep.
10 points of damage. Another 18 points of damage.
Ouch.
Rudy's down.
And it's going to bite at you. With advantage. 24. Doing an additional that much. You have 2 failed death saving throws.
It is ripping a chunk out of Rudy right now.
Guard. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
He didn't actually stand in that spot. I just pressed the button.
He runs through the fire and flame.
He's pretty much doing like a run by and gonna bite as he stops there with the pounce.
You guys watch as Garshadow sprints off, seeing Rudy in danger, leaps over the flames, ready to attack this troll. 15 just misses.
Congrats. Now he's coming in right behind Garshadow.
Okay. Thalion, in his rush to save Rudy, completely forgets his warning earlier about watching out for the blood, as the creature has Rudy right next to her, biting into her. Go ahead and roll damage. Rudy, you are going to take splash damage, and you are dead.
Oh my god.
Go ahead and roll damage, Thalion. The troll screams out in pain, and you watch as Rudy sort of fall limp from its mouth and just flat on the ground, not moving, bleeding, skin pale. You still have your bonus action. in your shock of hitting it and watching Rudy thud, you not even pay attention to your attack. You spin your weapon, and it falls from your hand as you're looking at Rudy on the ground. You drop your glaive, sort of in shock. That was the most cinematic and thematic turn that possibly could have happened, Thalia. That was fucking awesome. Not the killing part, the end part. Xerac. I thought you were gonna remember, bro.
Yeah, I thought he was. I mean,
I spaced
you
when
did.
you bit into
You splashed him with the damage from the lightning bolt, so I assumed anything adjacent would take the acid damage.
This creature has any damage except psychic.
Yeah, makes sense.
Which is why Elise changing her thunder damage to psychic was fucking ace.
Plus, it's what she likes to do anyway. I mean, Mark, it's been consistent. Anything adjacent to it was taking damage from the blood every time it got hurt, so it was consistent throughout the whole fight.
I like it because
That's why
it was
Elise
a point.
was far away from it.
It was a point that everybody saw that Rudy was just getting devoured by this thing, and there was panic. Garshadow panicked. Thalian panicked. I mean, awesome guys, fucking awesome. Xerac.
All right, well, Xerac, seeing Rudy fall to the ground, lifeless, is going to charge his horse a little bit forward and say, "Enough is enough." Just getting, and I am going to cast a spell. So I'll give you your D10 roll.
Give me a D10 and like Fabio, riding in on a white steed, you rear Ophelia and you get ready to cast your.
Hey, a new number.
I don't think we've had a 2.
Nope, not yet. That's why I'm excited.
We did have a 2.
We did have a 2.
What are you casting?
I am grabbing my diamond and I am creating a softball-sized ball of fire in my hand to hurl at this thing.
The diamond glows red, and you cast it out, and you watch as this ball of fire just sort of hangs in front of you, suspended in the air.
Fucking kidding me.
Not moving. Oh no.
Are you serious?
I fully intended to throw it. So I guess I'll take that roll. I was also fully intending to cast it at 3rd level, so I will crit fail and burn a 3rd level spell slot.
So as you hold it out, it sort of sticks in front of you. You're like, what the hell? And you begin to like move your arms, and then it just shoots off straight up into the air and explodes like fucking fireworks. That would have been so fucking awesome.
I was going for an epic conclusion, but I decided to just waste the magic. So yeah, I'm done.
Rovanian.
Thank you, dice gods, you motherfucking assholes.
Well, hey, am I allowed to go in the same spot as a spiritual weapon?
Yes, it is. It is just a hologram, I guess you could say. You could totally stand in it. Okay. It has no effect towards you, just what it wants to attack.
I'm going to attempt to rage again to make sure that I still have the divine fury from my patron.
Go for it.
And then to move up to it. That's 40 feet to get there. And then seeing what happened to Rudy, I will, with all my rage, try to end this thing's life.
Okay. A 23 hits.
I'm going to do Radiant.
Okay. As you slice in, both you, Garshadow, and Rudy's poor corpse will take an additional 10 points of poison damage. As more blood sort of squirts off from it when it falls to the ground.
Then I'll kneel before Rudy and at least cradle her body.
Okay. Moon.
Mark, could I just like a quick little flavor text?
Absolutely.
As Rovanian clutches Rudy, the light of her sword goes out.
The sort of lightning blade that she had, that she was so happy that you guys gave to her, you remember the sort of childish, girlish joy as she looked upon this beautiful weapon, how her eyes would always light up and how she always took care of it. As the sort of bolts of lightning that danced up and down the blade begin to wane, fizzle, crackle, and then the blade goes dull. Oh no! No, Moonlight! Friendly fire. Zirak, you take 1 point of piercing damage.
Awesome. I deserve it. It is 1 point of damage.
Valeria.
The thing's
I hope
dead?
Revivify was prepared.
I didn't have any... Thalia never gave me any of the diamonds.
I have them, so
No.
you don't have.
But she doesn't have the spell prepared,
Oh.
according. So.
Shit. I mean, clerics, you always have a revivify prepared. What if we find diamonds? That's cool.
Okay. Valeria, it's your turn. Rudy has fallen to the ground. Rovanian has seemingly cut down this creature, and immediately turn to kneel down next to Rudy. What's your passive perception, Valeria?
Let me check really quick. I feel like it's a 14, but I'll check just in case.
With a 14, you do have high wisdom. You can actually see from here as some of the cuts on the body are beginning to close.
Frick! I guess I'm gonna attack it with my spiritual weapon.
Okay. "17 hits." As Valeria sort of panics and then, go Pegasus! You do deal an additional 8 bludgeoning damage to it, causing more blood to squirt out.
Frick!
It's just fantastic. Oh, I love this. Rovanian and Garshadow, you take an additional 10 points of poison. As Garshadow falls to the ground, sort of howling in pain.
I'm gonna cast, I guess Radiant Defense on Rovanian. I don't know.
Okay, Rovanian, you begin to glow with white radiant, almost like it begins to coat you in sort of armor, and you feel a warmth, a very familiar warmth, begin to coat your body. Valeria's at the end of your turn.
Do we just need fire to burn this thing up?
I mean, I left this here specifically for you guys. Valeria's at the end of your turn. Drummond. You guys can hear from the bottom, "What's going on? What's going on? We've got the horses."
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take Rudy's body down, straight down the cliff. Just take her away from
You
this.
cradle Rudy's body and you sort of take her away safely.
And as I approach the Hirelings, I'll be like, "We lost another one."
Faye immediately bursts into tears, and the others, like the two gentlemen, just look shocked, and they look up, and they begin to sort of pull out their bows and daggers. Is that the end of your turn?
That will be my turn.
Elise.
She.
Can I call out as a free action?
Yes, I will say yes.
I would like to call out, grab it and drag. If you need help, you can run up there and delay your action or ready an action till I get up next to you. But we need to grab it and drag it onto the burning fire.
The troll thing?
Unconscious down troll thing, yes. So, like, if you run up to it and ready an action to drag when an ally gets adjacent, then two of you could drag it together onto the fire. You and Leo.
Negative in our strength?
It's worth a shot, right? We need to let it burn. Anyway, I don't want to speak more than 6 seconds. I yelled out, run up and grab it and drag it into the fire.
Zero.
That's all. That's
Everybody look at me, and he
All
snaps
Elise
his
is
finger
gonna
as
say the
as
blood is
marker board.
poisonous. Because it's kind of hard to move something that's profusely bleeding when you're trying not to be bled on.
Past that.
Anyways, I have to. Now I forgot what I was going to do, dang it. 5, 10.
That gives you 10 days to prepare Revivify and cast it on Rudy, and Rudy doesn't have to be dead.
But Revivify has to happen within 1 minute of the death. Gentle Repost gives you the ability to raise dead, which you can do within 10 days.
Shoot. Well,
Oh, well, true. I guess we could just, maybe have a vampire bite Rudy, and Rudy will be a vampire.
Please, sir. Please.
25, 30. Alright, and that's
Okay,
her.
Elise, you move up closer to the body.
She's gonna be like, I guess we're gonna try and move it if somebody wants to help. To the fire.
You're gonna stay there.
Yeah, whenever she. Yeah,
Okay, so you're gonna stay there.
that's all she can do.
Okay. Lamar.
I regret my life choices.
Someone cast fire on it so it won't wake up.
Well,
Diane's got a free action call.
I could
or
try
you have it-
something,
Lamar.
but it's so random.
quick,
I don't
Lamar,
know if I can
quick.
ever control it.
If you
Quick,
have a
Lamar,
torch, Put it in the fire and then put the torch on it.
Quick, Lamorn. Peer pressure.
I'm going to try to do a Chaos Bolt. No, actually, no, I don't want to do that. No. I'm going to do 5, 10,
Lamorn,
15.
as you walk up and you begin to cast a spell, you hear a voice in your head. I can save her for you. It doesn't have to be this way.
Oh, not you again! Oh.
Think of what happened the last time you turned down help. Your hunter was never the same. And then it goes.
God damn. This is gonna let out a quick snort. I was gonna cast a spell, but I'm gonna crush.
What do you do, Lamorn? If you cast a spell, this creature is prone on the ground, and you are within 5 feet, so it's going to be a disadvantage anyways. So what would you like to do? Leomorn, I can't hear you, buddy, if you're speaking.
He's typing in Discord, Mark. I think he's saying he's going to try and move the body.
Are you preparing an action to help move the body? Because currently Elise is way too far away to help you.
I don't know. Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, I hear you.
Elise is currently
All right.
15 feet away.
I
She's
hate
in no position to help you. Are you going to prepare an action to try to help somebody move?
Actually, I might as well try. I'm gonna try to do a chaos ball to see if I can't make it into something that
give
can
me
burn.
Give me a D10. Give me a D10 first. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
You feel in your heart of hearts that you could probably cast this thing from 300 feet away and hit whatever you want. So go ahead and give me a Chaos Bolt, but at disadvantage, since you're right next to it.
Wait, but is the creature prone, Mark?
It is prone.
So it would be a regular roll. Oh no, it's a ranged attack. Never mind.
No, it's a ranged attack.
It's a ranged spell attack.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
You guys kind of want this to miss?
All
I'm just
right.
saying. Go ahead,
Yeah, I mean, he is adjacent to it, getting ready to do damage to
Do it,
I
Leomorn.
think we
Disadvantage.
covered this. But you're doing it, yeah.
Poor Rowangar.
Oh, not now, not now.
This
not
creature's
now.
gonna
Are
kill
you-
more people dead than it is alive.
It's awesome. It's the first time I've ever got to use a troll!
We're just not thinking this through very much.
It is an epic first troll encounter.
I think we lost Leomorn again because of his signal.
I just want him to roll an attack.
Claymorn's gonna hit, Garshadow's gonna take damage, Ravanian's gonna take damage.
And Leomor's gonna take damage.
Even Leomorn's gonna take damage, yeah. Mark,
I'm
pull
glad
up his
I'm way
character sheet
down
and roll an attack roll for him.
Or just send me in already. Just send me in, please.
11 misses.
Okay.
And luckily, Garshadow does not fail 2 death saving throws.
Who would have crit on that Chaos Bolt if it was regular?
Yeah. And the troll begins to push itself up as the wounds heal. And it stands up for half of his movement. Rovanian, did you say that you were kneeling down on the ground to check on Rudy?
Not anymore because they pulled Rudy away.
But that was after your turn. And you ended your turn saying that you were kneeling down to check on Rudy's body.
I guess, yeah.
This is great.
Great. Tony the Tiger.
Here comes the charisma save, just in case. Nope. Not at all.
Hey.
I think just the smell alone makes it so uncharismatic. It's going to make one bite attack at Rovanian with advantage. Fuck.
Oh my god, Mark.
Can we get ourselves together, please? I'm actually getting kind of upset with this.
Okay, so Rovanian, you will take 10.
Also takes damage too.
So hold on. So that's...
Doesn't that thing that she gave me go off as well?
Yep, just let me calculate this because you take this and then it's going to take your damage from the splash. And then as it takes this damage from Valeria's Radiant Defense, it is going to splash damage everybody around it again.
How much do I take, you said?
So you half bludgeoning, so that's 5 plus 8. Okay, so that's 13 with the bludgeoning halved, and then here comes the rest of the damage.
Okay, Okay, you have to tell me.
Okay, so that's 8 plus 3 is 11, plus 4. 15. You take a total of 15 damage. Go ahead and cast your Radiant Defense.
Don't I do half of that?
No, I calculated it for you. That's why it's only 15 with the max stuff. So, it takes 17 points, so it falls unconscious again. However, Garshadow has 2 failed death saving throws, and Rovanian and Rudy will take.
Not Rudy, Leomorn.
Leomorn, sorry. We'll take an additional 7 points.
Yeah, I'm out, and please don't damage it again while I'm out next to it.
This is awesome.
Ridiculous.
Oh, man. Okay, so he.
I am totally planning to firebolt it. The only way it stays down is if we kill it with fire. I had asked people to drag it into the fire.
Garshadow, I need a death saving throw. Garshadow has died. Alien, you watch and panic as you're getting ready to race over towards Garshadow as you watch him go completely limp and his chest fail to move. And Garshadow has died once again.
I will go over to this fire with an unlit torch, place it in the fire, and then drop it on the troll.
Smart, Doug, smart.
Yes, I will say yes. Drop your halberd, use an object action to pull a torch, action to light it, and then it's just another free action to drop it, I believe. So,
yep.
Yes, I will say yes. And you drop it, and the skin begins to sizzle. And you watch as some of the wounds around it do not close, but you're thinking that it's going to take a much bigger fire to fully put this thing out of its misery.
If we back out of if people drag the bodies away, but I would suggest, Alien, that you pick up your lion and run.
Or pick the person who's not quite dead yet.
Zirak, it is your turn.
I cast Levitate on Rovanian and levitate him 20 feet in the air.
Oh, I thought you were going to levitate the troll and drop him on the fire.
Oh, shit. I can't. He probably weighs more than 500 pounds.
I'll totally let you do it to end this.
Well, that's what I was thinking of doing earlier, but okay, I'll do that. I was going to go for something lighter because I thought you were going to say it was too heavy. But absolutely,
an acid cloud.
I would levitate the troll if I could and drop it on the fire.
Remember that muscle weighs more than fat. He's just really fat.
Okay, deal. I'll accept it, Mark. I went for rogue because I thought you were going to say it was too heavy. I like your ending better.
With Thalion's torch sort of singeing the top as he's holding it down, his face angry, his eyes scrunched together. Thalion, you feel the body begin to rise, move, and then drop onto the ground as it begins to wriggle almost spasmodically out of its, not even in its own control, and it begins to melt as the skin, the gelatinous sort of almost opaque, unnatural skin begins to melt off, and the pimples and the warts just begin to pop and sizzle as the blood meets the flames as it's just consumed by your natural resin fire.
I will ride over to Valeria and say there has to be something you can do for our fallen allies.
The sounds of the wind begin to sort of rustle through the valley again as Zirak rushes over in a panic. There has to be something you can do. Oh wait, we're not totally out of combat. Sorry, Zirak, you run towards Valeria. There's something that you can do, right? As Ravalium is still unconscious.
Yeah, that's what I say. That's the and that was an action and a movement. So I'm out of. That's it. That's all.
Ravanian, give me a death.
Okay.
God, please succeed. Yeah. Oh my God.
Like the fucking Undertaker, Ravanian sits up and he's like, "Why can't you guys just do something right?"
Goddamn, Chris, that was
fucking A, Chris. That was brilliant.
I like that.
Nicely timed crit there.
We are officially out of initiative. What do you guys want to do?
Mark, did you see Ken's post about what's that spell?
Gentle Repose.
Gentle Repose
but
does work.
Gentle Repose doesn't increase the casting time of Revivify. Revivify needs to happen within a minute of that person's death.
No, Mark, that on Sage advice, Jeremy Crawford corrected it that it does indeed work because if you cast Gentle Repose within the minute time frame, it extends the time of all life restoring spells. It says such as Raise Dead, but it's just using that as an example. So specific beats general. The Gentle Repose extends the time of Revivify, according to Sage advice. But we'd have to burn 2 of Valeria's second level spell slots, I believe, and then we would have to find enough ingredients.
It seems so specific in its writing. To effectively expends the time limit on raising the target from the dead, which is like the wording from Raise Dead.
Doesn't Revivify
Raise
Revivify
Dead
also says Raise Dead. I read through the Stack Exchange bit, Mark, and to your argument or to your line of thinking, the contrary argument is that Revivify deals with the spirit and Gentle Repose deals with the condition of the body, keeping it from rotting, and therefore the one person that was dissenting argued that it shouldn't work because keeping the body in good condition does nothing for the soul.
That's my whole argument on this point.
Yeah, that's where I think your head's at. So that I just wanted to point that out. It's up to you, of course, but I just wanted to give you all the info.
I figure it's like putting in suspended animation, cryo freezing, so that later you can unfreeze them and bring them back.
Ultimately,
To
the
me-
DM's decision.
It's just that minute time limit, which is why each resurrection spell has an allotted amount of time and an allotted amount of worth to call that soul back in that amount of time. And so that's why I'm thinking if it's well past the minute, then it's almost like robbing the gods of their own sort of price of the soul that's been with them longer to bring them back.
The other consideration I would give it, just from a game perspective, is a cleric has a limited number of spells they can have prepared per day. So to prepare Gentle Repose is a resource that they are giving up in order to have that spell to make it possible for them to extend Raise Deads if that's their intention. So that
So
was
this is what we're
the
gonna do.
gamified argument I would give it is that why would you ever prepare that spell until you had Raise Dead if it wasn't going to work with Revivify? Because
This
Raise
is
Dead's
what
a
you're gonna
7th
do.
level spell. But ultimately, Mark, I agree
you
with
can
whatever
cast
you
Gentle
come up with.
Repose, you can prepare Revivify, and you can cast Revivify on Rudy the following morning, but we're going to treat it as if you were casting not the instant Revivify spell, but we're going to do the same thing that happened with Zirak when he was brought to the temple. We're going to have a ritual.
So
Makes sense?
we need to camp out in the frickin' cave. Actually, I want to spend some time searching the troll cave anyway.
I have to
You
do
got-
ritual to bring Garsha back in.
Yeah, so I'm intending to go loot this cave over here and then maybe see what's up with these baby chimeras. We're hanging out on this frozen tundra mountainside.
I play.
And Valeria, you actually do have 2 diamonds that were given to you. You have.
Valeria, can you post?
Diamonds.
Can you click the revivify spell too? I just want to look at its wording. I mean, technically, a day is or a minute is just one 1400th of a day. I agree with your ruling, Mark, that it should have some catch if you try to.
I can understand what he says. He's like, yeah, you should be able to do it. It brings the player back. And I kind of agree. Like, it does help. So we'll do that, but we're going to do it a ritual, so it's not going to happen right away. It's going to be the same thing that happened with Zirak. And how long does it take for you to call back an animal companion? 8 hours?
8 hours.
Yeah, the ritual is 8 hours.
And then you have to spend, how much was it? How much gold and herbs? Herbs and food? It was like a set amount.
I think it was 50. Let me double check.
Because I think we changed it. But I cannot remember for the life of me.
Yeah,
50 gold perts of, and you have no fine foods on you because you guys have been eating good berries and stuff. So you should be down to 90 gold of crafting herbs, minusing the 50 from your 140.
Okay.
And we'll just go with that. Okay. Drummond is kind of fussing over the body of Rudy. Drummond, what are you?
Rudy, you should come back with some like acid burns on your flesh, since the spell doesn't return body parts or anything. You'd be like burnt.
Well, was it
Burnt
acid
and
or
then
poison?
Messed up face.
It was poison, not acid, that the troll's blood was leaking out.
Oh yeah, okay.
I will.
I was thinking you're gonna become all disfigured.
But she probably would have a much paler, grayer. She probably would have a much paler, grayer / better look to her when she comes back, though. I'm sure of it.
I will say I am a little disfigured from
purple
Ravanian's
lips or
punches.
Yeah, like permanent purple lips or something like that. You know, from like blood going cold and stuff.
Okay, here we go. Drummond, what are you doing right now with Rudy's body as you sort of brought it down towards the lower part of the cliff? Oh no.
Oh, probably. Yeah, that.
Give me a investigation check. You can take, in the amount of time that you think you have, 2 items of your choice from Rudy's sheet. And I'll let you and Rudy work that out.
You need to know what I will have.
So you guys can whisper to each other. You guys can even move a channel if you want to discuss it. or just whisper to one another. It's up to you. As Xerax stoically rides Ophelia into the troll.
Yep, I'm just going on into. He's got to have some goodies in there.
With the horse?
Well, I'm just moving. No, Mark.
It begins to get a tough fit. I mean, you can actually see where it looks like this creature at one point has been squeezing its way through, and you can actually see where the stone has been smoothed out. And you can imagine that perhaps this is why it took the creature so long to kind of make its way out into the open. And you see that probably an additional 20 feet back is the opening to a cave. And already you can smell it. As the cliff face here is blocking the wind, and it's just sort of wafting through this area. The north.
Sorry, it cut out for a second. I'm guessing I found its porta potty.
So you're looking at a cave opening that's long and kind of snaking, but the walls are smooth. So your intelligence would tell you that a creature that big and fat has been rubbing its way through here over and over again. And you can see the darkened portal dead ahead of you, and kind of wafting from this like long snaky cave towards you is the disgusting rancid smell of dead things and feces, ammonia. It's making your eyes water. Ophelia says, "No thank you," and kind of backs away.
Yeah, I'm gonna dismount and let Ophelia squeeze her way out of the cave. I'm gonna pull my front of my robe up over my face to try and block some of the smell, and I will cast light and just kind of look around and see if my light catches anything shiny or valuable in the awful that I'm seeing all around me.
Are you walking up? It's about another 20 feet to like the actual main opening of the cave, and without dark vision, it's hard for you to see.
Yeah, I mean, I cast light on my arcane crystal, and kind of holding that out in front of me.
You look down,
kind of holding
and
that out in front of me.
There are piles of stuff, and as your light illuminates further in, you see what seems to be clouds of black flies, like, and the further you move in, the humming thrum gets closer. The smell gets absolutely horrid as you sort of pull your robe up over your nose to fight against the most of it. But you do see glimmering signs of things as you shine your light in there as you move further in.
Okay, so it's I'm gonna yeah, like that. Getting ready to retch if need be. But you know, I grew up in the forest. I'm used to getting dirt under my fingernails. I will brave it and start trying to dig through some of the stuff and see what I can find.
Go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Okay.
Are we short resting during this, by the way?
I'm intending a
You
full
guys-
rest for you guys.
You guys can start to take a full rest, and looting this cave will take the 2 hours short time if you guys need some. Anybody wants to help?
Hit dice, yeah, just
That would have been a whole lot nicer if it was my chromatic orb attack, but I'm gonna let that go now.
Are we still in initiative?
We are out of initiative.
Now, you know,
I guess
set up
I
someone
guess
else
I
to
really
start
I guess I really put my heart and soul into this search, Mark. I really did. I'm digging in through all that crap.
Like Rudy and Garshadow dying, back of your mind. This is way more important.
Nice.
I just fucking. Okay. All right. The further you step in, it is like walking along glittering glass. You see copper, silver, gold, platinum, glinting like stars in the darkness about you. You see gems, various sizes, various colors, stuck in the muck. You see decomposing bodies, some no more than bones. around you. You look and you see on the ground what looks to be a large circular ring. No, not a ring. It's a golden torque. You reach down and pick it up, and emblazoned on the torque is a wolf's head with finely cut, beautiful ruby gem eyes and diamonds for the teeth.
Woohoo!
Something else catches your eye. You see what looks to be a teapot made of a strange greenish stone, fashioned in the shape of a mountain goat. It's a pretty hideous idea for a teapot the more you look at it, because you see that the tea actually comes out from the backside of this goat. But it could be worth something to the right buyer. You walk along and you kick a box on the ground you didn't catch. It opens and you see 3 strange purple gems fall out of it from its velvet-lined area and kind of landing into the muck. There's a chest in the back that's askew. You open it up, and inside there are fine linens, though some of them have been soiled and eaten away by some sort of caustic liquid. And you go through it, and then you find what looks to be a rod made of antler, emblazoned with crystals and silver. It looks like this. It is a beautiful, beautiful wand. The handle itself formed from antler, the back and front of it, these long crystal quartz endings, and then you see these red beryl gems engraved into it. As you begin to look over, something catches your eye, and you look to the side and you see what seems to be the beginning of a staff. And you look, and still clutched around its hands is a very bony skeletal hand. You reach over and you pick up the end of the staff, and you lift it up. And you see that the arm, still in death, holding on to the staff, as it just connected by the lowest bit of sinew still onto the what the fucking bones? The radius and the ulna of the arm.
The shoulder?
Broken off at the elbow. So it's just the hands, the wrist, and then the forearm dangling off in its skeletal form. The skin sort of mummified, but where the rest of the body is, you don't know. This staff is quite wondrous in itself, as I lost the picture. Son of a
Yeah,
bitch.
give that staff a shake and see if I can knock that arm off of it. Excuse me.
For now, that's my arm.
He better not be. I'll have to firebolt him in the face. Oh, dude.
It is a mahogany polished staff that looks like everything around it has not been touched. The mahogany forms these 4 points, and within it rotates this orb that crackles and buzzes with electrical energy. It is adorned with gold, and it doesn't look like it's been touched by any of the muck or decay that is rampant inside this place.
Zerak is immediately drawn to the staff.
And as you shake the arm off, you notice in the ring finger of the right hand of the skeleton is a ring that falls with it to the ground.
I'll slide that
silver
ring
ring
off of the bony hand.
It is a beautiful silver ring adorned with a immaculately cut sapphire. And as you shine your light on the sapphire, you see that the sapphire has actually been cut to look like a spell book.
That's so cool.
As you take
definitely worth killing a few characters over.
As you take a quick glimpse around, you can estimate that sitting inside this troll horde, 600 copper pieces, 9,000 silver pieces, 1,400 gold pieces, and 122 platinum. You also find a quiver with ammunition, a strange potion that seems to change color. The color of it is quite strange, as it looks like the very moment that Leomorn could control his spell, as it sort of undulates and turns these different colors inside, as if swirling on its own accord from some unseen tide within the bottle. And what seems to be a very small scroll case.
Well, that's a lot of stuff to dig through, Mark.
You rolled a crit.
Yeah, so I would probably, if you want to send me a list or whatnot, I can see what I would.
Give me a Constitution.
What I would
give me
call
a Constitution saving throw.
Now you die from the poison in there.
You begin to throw up, and then nope, I swallow that shit back.
You know what it is? It's all this shit I'm finding is like I start to throw up, and I'm like, but wait, it's worth it. I'm gonna throw up, but wait, it's worth it. Look at that.
Did it get a mouthful of flies?
Woo, shiny! You're basically going, oh, shiny!
See, if I was playing Bree, I would be like jumping up and down in shit right now to dig out all this treasure, but Zerak is carefully brushing everything off.
And probably mouth throwing up at the same time.
Dry heaving.
No, not even. It's one of those where you throw up in your throat and then you swallow it and you're like, oh, that was gross.
I was away at the time. What was found?
He's listening right now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Mark is listing it, so what I'll do is I'll copy and paste this and divide it, and I'll post it to our page. Because Zerak doesn't want to steal anything. I am interested in the staff and the ring, obviously, and the scroll case.
The wand?
But the wand somebody else can have, because I don't use a wand. Well, I don't use a staff either, but I don't use anything in my hand, so it wouldn't be too bad to have a staff in my hand.
You use that as a bludgeoning weapon, right?
I'll let the Harry Potter fans in the group take the wand, because I am not one.
I was gonna say, do we hear Zerak's attempts of not trying to throw up in the cave where we're standing?
I didn't make it.
West of us.
I wasn't making it a secret that I went in the cave. You guys saw me go in there, and you probably see the light coming out of the entrance, and me going, ooh, ah, oh.
We probably want to check the Chimera Cave too when we have a chance.
Are you alright in there?
You guys go ahead and give me a perception check while you're out there as well.
Good luck, guys.
Shit.
Or not.
Wait, why do I have that? Why is it
15. So you have a 15. We'll say that right now, Leomorn and Elise, as you guys are up here, you also notice that there are 2 more additional caves to the north. I'm going to finish listing this stuff off.
Anyone want to go with me to check out the Chimera Cave? I'm still kind of wounded, so I don't want to go alone.
Yeah, after we check out these 2, then we can probably head down there if you want to wait for us.
Well, technically, it's closer than those. Actually, it's right down here.
Oh, okay. Well, first one, then the other, maybe. Yeah.
Am I allowed to go check the cave slowly, carefully?
You could probably go down there and check with him. I can stay up here, and I don't know if Miss Valeria would like to accompany me.
I missed something.
Mark, I assume they're checking the cave before they have rested, right?
Yes, you guys are doing. Anybody who's looking around, this is happening in the 2 hours before you begin your long rest. I forgot one more thing, Zarak. You also found a very small jewelry box filled with aquamarines.
Well, if Zarak is ever reunited with Amara, he knows he'll have a little jewelry box to give her with some treasure.
Give me a perception check, Zarak.
Okay.
Is your character engaged with her?
You notice that there seems to be something underneath the layer of finely cut aquamarine-colored gemstone. You dig in between with your fingers as you lay it down, and you see another small ring made of platinum, and where the ring top meets, where there should be a gem, is two intertwined otters.
That's adorable. He did say otters, I think. Not otters.
Yes, he said otters. Otters.
So maybe it's like a ring of animal control, but it only works on otters.
An army of otters.
Will come with you because he wants to make sure the cave might be suitable for setting up for the rest and the rituals.
Rovanian, you guys move into the cave. The closer you get again, the smell is horrendous. There are rotting bodies of not only what seems to be people, dwarves, some sort of a leg of maybe a giant-looking person, bodies of animals strewn about. The smell is horrendous. You look inside at the nest, and it seems the concussive force of the thunder ruptured them, and they're sort of leaking out onto the ground is like the amniotic sac fluid inside, and what seems to be two shapes, just unmoving, unbreathing inside their sac on the ground that have seemed to have leaked out. Very small, about the size of a large dog. But you see the makings of what seem to be wings, 3 heads, a tail. Then you can see the unborn dead bodies of 2 chimera.
And nothing else as far as remains or searching in here for...
Nope, just that.
How big is this cave that me and Rovanian are in front of?
I mean, it's very big, but it's filled with dead bodies. It's going to
There's
take
2 more caves that are empty. We can check
to
out.
clean this out.
There's 2 more caves you guys can explore up north. If you want to go do that, well, I'm going to actually bury these two babies.
Okay, I'll search those ones.
Can I bury them since I regret that they had to die?
It's up to you. What would Rovanian do?
Like you said, I felt a pang of sorrow. My rage is dissipated, so I feel like I may have offended to the balance. So I want to pay my respects to these that never got to be alive.
Okay, and while Rovanian and Thalion are down at that south cave, Leomorn and Elise sort of walk up towards the other. Elise, you follow Leomorn towards the cave to the right, and you guys go about 10 feet in and notice that it has caved in. Why don't you guys go ahead and give me perception checks?
Yes.
Leomorn, you look to the top of the archway as you make your way up, and you see carved in, almost imperceptible to the eyes, that it almost seems to camouflage in with the actual stone structure of the cave archway. Dwarven runes.
Huh. So this then. I'll try to read it out because I do know Dwarvish.
Give me an Arcana check. You make out 3 different runes. Each rune an amalgamation of different letterings, much like the runes that you saw on the statue of Muthmor Duin. You look on top, and you can make out the existing runes of Perto. You know this is a rune symbolizing trickery, to hide things, illusions. You see again the strength rune, but this one is damaged and broken. And you can just make out the rune Otalin, which means property, family, inheritance. You turn around curious and you look at the other runes, or at the other cave, and you can see that there are runes emblazoned in that one. These runes not damaged, but very much intact. And that's the cave to the south.
Interesting. This is such fine work. I have to show us the others at some point. I'll probably turn around and just... Elise! Come check this out!
What happened? What?
Look at
What
this!
did I miss?
I'll point out the different runes and tell her what each one's that I could recognize me.
So, what exactly am I looking at?
These runes, they're... Wow. This is such an amazing look. I mean, right there, that means strength.
She just kind of gives you this, like, face, like, I don't understand magic, but alright.
Well, see, that's strength. I believe that one there's, like, family, and... This is all much to take in. I know that one there's for, like, illusions, trickery. I wish I had a piece of paper and I could draw these things.
Oh, I'm always unprepared.
Well, of course, all of my other stuff is in the process.
Reaches in and rips
So you
out
guys-
a piece of her journal and hands it to you. Would you like a pen
You
to
guys
go
don't-
with this?
I guess because they're hiding a family's inheritance in there.
Are you guys going into the other cave, or...
Yes.
Okay. You walk into the cave, and it begins to spiral down. And it gets dark.
Oh.
You can barely see the dim light filtering in, as it takes a while for your eyes to adjust, as it's beginning to get really dark outside now, as you guys are spending time. Now I'll say the body of this troll is long since dead.
It burns for a full day and a full night.
You walk for what seems to be 15 minutes going down this spiraling ramp until you reach a landing. The air is chilly inside this vault of stone. It smells musky. It smells of mold, rotting linen. You see an archway, a beautifully carved marble archway. What seems to be a dwarven mask emblazoned at the very top where the keystone would be. The same runes adorning this archway. Perto. Strength. Otolan. You look inside, and you see sarcophagi. Large, granite, marble sarcophagi. From what you can see standing in the archway, probably 2. A large circular stone and rough cut, almost like a column, like a large column, dominates the middle of the room. sconces that once held torches, long since rotted, sit empty. There are braziers scattered out, large, sort of brownish, if you can give it a color in your dim light, if you don't cast any light inside. But you can catch what seem to be small little bits of twinkling inside.
Huh. Well, that's something you don't see every day, eh?
It's fascinating. Absolutely fascinating.
What? The deathly coffins that don't scream a good sign? Could be a sign of those, vampires.
I don't want to think about that right now.
I'm sure that's what you meant, eh? I don't think we should be down here.
Let's. Well, I'm getting a quick image of the ruins.
Those are nicely carved coffins, don't you think? I mean, one would say oddly placed, too, in the middle of a cave, way down here. Away from the light.
I mean, you guys get the idea that this is a tomb. Leomorn, the runes make much more sense to you now. The runes of trickery meant to sort of hide this from just from a glance. It takes pretty good perception to see it. Strength to keep the stone intact, though the one cave did cave in. And family, inheritance, property, things to be kept with the dead. You have found a burial tomb.
I see, yeah. Maybe it's best that, despite what we found, maybe it's best to leave these as they are. I mean, these runes by itself is just enough just for a record, but I don't think we want to disturb what's lying here.
Exactly. That's why I think we should perhaps get out of here. I don't think these were meant to be bothered. No treasure down here. Just dead.
You guys did see glinting inside. Shinies. Just saying.
There are a few things there.
Leomon can go investigate if he wants. At least remembers what happened. At least remembers what happened to Drummond the last time he touched a dwarvish thing. So she's like, I don't want to be cursed.
I think if we're gonna examine this area further, we're gonna need more than just ourselves. For now, let's let these lie and just take the record of the rune. No doubt that we may need these later.
Yeah, we could bring the others here.
You guys begin to make your way back up towards everybody else. Zirak, you start bringing out the things that you have found, your little goodies. And we'll say that you begin to cast Identify ritually on all these things. It will extend your guys' long rest a bit. You guys will probably sleep in maybe, depending on how long everybody takes with these. Thalion, what are you doing before I get into this?
And yeah, that's fair, Mark. I expect that I can't rest while I'm ritually casting, so...
Oh no, because you spent your 2 hours of light work. You spent your 2 hours of light work going through and getting all these goodies, and then now you're going into your allotted rest with this, but you guys can extend your time to sleep and time to sleep in to get that rest, so you guys don't miss the question. But I leave that up to you.
And I'm not standing watch, guys, because you're making me ritually cast for like 2 hours. I'm going to sleep through my rest.
When Rovanian chose to bury the bodies and we realized there were corpses in there, Thalion was heading back. to see if the other caves were suitable for setting up camp so we can do the rituals.
I mean, the troll cave is pretty brutal. It's going to take you a long time to scourge out all the nastiness. Same thing with the Chimera cave. As you make your way up, we'll say Elise and Lanamorn tell you that one of the caves up there has been caved in. Not a lot of room inside. It goes about 10 feet in before it's just stone. And then one of the caves has a 10-foot platform that begins to spiral down into what they describe as a tomb.
Hopefully it's not undead.
That might be the safest place for us to hold up while we do all these rituals.
Okay.
You think being down in a tomb is going to be the safest place for us?
Better than out in the open.
It's the only option. It's the only option, really. Because we have the troll cave, which is full of filth.
I must advise.
Chimera cave is full of filth. One cave is caved in. It's the only one we have that we have any kind of cover. We don't have to go deep down into it.
Alright. I don't know. I just don't want to disturb or upset any,
I must
resting
advise
spirits.
though that I did find some runes here, and they do link to what's down there, but I just feel that we should not disturb what's resting.
Yeah, unless we get cursed. Mm-hmm.
And disturbing
Xerac?
would be messing with the stuff, but if we're just setting up camp, we aren't disturbing it.
Xerac, you begin to cast Identify on the staff that has sort of garnered your attention. And you see that it was called Faraday's staff. Something in the innate magic tells you that this particular staff was made by the person that wielded it. And that's visible to you in the handout.
Excellent.
You begin to ritually identify the wand and see that it is called an antler wand, which I'll put in your hand. The potion is a potion of invulnerability. Inside the scroll case, you read over the magic and the words, and you see that it is a scroll of protection, but this one specifically states protection from beasts. You pull forth the otter ring, and you look again at the sort of whimsical design and how it seemed to have been buried inside these blue, watery colored gems. And as you cast your Identify, you see that it is a ring of swimming.
Ooh, I like it.
You pull out the silver
There
ring.
was- I was gonna say there's one more ring with the magic book on it.
This is an incredible ring. It belonged to a mage named Urhan. The sword of history begins to flood your mind of this, and you watch as this mage stood before an army of undead, smiting them with his magic. This ring is not actually silver, but in itself carved from antler. Although the antler is so smooth and sharp, it glints like silver in the light. While wearing this ring, whenever you score a critical hit, you will regain an expended spell slot of first level.
right, so for my notes, I'm just going to call it Urhan's Ring for now.
There you go. And if you want to describe the other 2 items in the handouts, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, sorry, I was typing, so I will. So as I turn the staff over in my hand and admire the beauty of its craftsmanship, and am familiarized with the name of the previous wielder, I definitely clutch it tighter to myself. For as I look up at my group, at my companions, I say that the magic held within is solely tied to the school of abjuration magic. I feel a kinship with the previous wielder of the staff. Yeah, that's a good point. Why would you have to make an abjuration staff then, Mark? That's a really good point, though. So even though I feel this kinship with this staff and the previous wielder, perhaps the fact that I can create a ward of protection that I can move from ally to protect them from harm means that I should bequeath this magic to an ally of mine. Yeah, right? So I will explain that the staff provides protection in the form of magical armor, like a mage, like similar to the mage armor spell that I cast upon myself. And that, let me go to my description again. That it also can protect you instantaneously from harm, like a shield spell, which is another spell that I can cast. And that it has the ability to shield an ally as well as yourself, but limited number of times. All of the things that it can do is limited number of times per day. You have to use the magic of the staff and try not to expend it all. And I place it in front of me on the ground and say all of these things that it can do, I also do. So doubling up on the staff's benefits is not beneficial for me. But it may be for another caster in our group.
Can a cleric use it?
I think the cleric's AC is plenty good enough. I was thinking of somebody who may be AC challenged. and also who has no other magic items thus far in the quest. like Valeria's suggestion, Leomorn has not obtained any magic so far, or magical items. And given that Leomorn is quite squishy, and does not, I won't use the adjective squishy, of course, in Zirak's voice, but indeed he does not handle being focused on by the enemies for very long. Perhaps this abjuration magic would best serve him, as well as granting him the ability to protect the rest of us if he needs to. He does get eaten a lot. So Leomorn, if you would accept this gift, the staff belonged to a caster named Faraday, and I'm sure it would honor him if you would carry it with pride. The wand is beautiful in design as I show it off to the group. As Mark showed the picture to you, it's fashioned from an elk antler and decorated with quartz crystal and orange topaz. It bears dwarven runes. It makes you react quickly to danger. meaning that you may have a benefit to your reaction time when danger presents itself. +1 to initiative in game terms. You can also provide a bonus to protection against magic when you touch somebody, including yourself, as well as dispelling magic.
I think I forgot that you can also use this as your arcane focus if some of you guys wish to be a little bit more Harry Potterish when you cast spells. I leave.
Wingardium Leviosa.
But again, as I admire the beauty of the wand, it is something that I can do myself already. And if one of you feels like you need a little bit of extra protection against magical spells, I mean, I can turn magic away, literally, by just a word and a wave of my hand. So if you guys think that you might need this extra protection, and if you're especially slow on the initiative side, it may help you in that regard as well.
And I mean, this is the second wand in the party. Just a heads up, there is a wand floating around that somebody has.
Oh, I was unaware of this.
You specifically gave it to somebody, Zirak, when you first found it and identified it.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It was a wand of entanglement that has.
Oh, that's right. I said that it did druid stuff, and Elise should have it.
Yep, because Zerak couldn't hold it at the time. It was too heavy for him.
Well, that and I think I made the funny comment that its magic was so much weaker than my own that
he didn't need it. He had no need for it.
And we'll say just for shits and
Elise
giggles.
remembers that.
Just for shits and giggles, Zirak, you look at the ammunition. You count 14 arrows inside the quiver, and you see that they are blessed +2 ammunition.
They're arrows, right? For a bow, not a crossbow.
I think Thalion and Rovania are the ones that still have bows.
Yeah, I have a longbow.
And that's the magic items that Zirak found. This is an incredible crit investigation, so well done to Zirak.
I would like to make a case that one of the only magic items that I think I would benefit from, if you're willing to let me use it, is Urhan's ring.
Seems like it's meant for you.
If I score a crit, I get a first level spell slot back. So, I think that might benefit the party wizard more than others. But I'll leave it up to the group. If you guys agree, then I'll keep that. But other than that, Mark, there were 3 strange purple gems.
3 strange purple gems.
I would like to just see if those. If they're all identical, I'll just try to identify one of them. But if they don't come back as magic, I'll leave them alone. The other 2.
There's a faint magical essence emanating from these purple gems as you identify them. But you can't make it out. There's no property that's jumping out to you, but they sort of exude an aura, an essence that you can feel as you sort of run your fingertip over them like an electrical charge.
Okay.
But it's not.
Fair enough.
They're not giving up their secrets as of yet.
I like it. Okay, so I will tell the group that if it's okay, I can't. My magic is not yet powerful enough to break the shard of secret or the shroud of secrecy around these gems, but they are definitely arcane in nature. I would like to hold on to them with permission of the group, just until we find someone or I become strong enough to divulge their secrets.
That seems fine.
I suppose so. And as for the staff, well, I do have a dagger, but it would be nice to have something else. You say the person that wielded this, his name is Faraday?
Yes.
Do you want to test out any of the abilities as you've spent your time attuning to it during this time?
I'm kind of afraid to even use the charge on this thing.
Xerac definitely explained to you the basics. 10 charges, 3 different abilities. Some cost more than others. It regains charges at dawn. I mean, if you want to test some of it out, go for it.
Well, if you do say what this thing can do...
And Chris, I didn't identify the teapot, by the way. I'm thinking I'll save that for another day. Right now, it just looks like the teapot poops out tea.
Actually, let me try... Xerac, can you throw a rock at me, real quick?
Yes! I lift up a rock with my hand, not touching the rock, and fling it at him at an incredible speed.
Okay, so you need to make a dexterity saving.
Oh no! I was gonna try the staff. Crap.
So make a dexterity saving throw and then charge.
Holy shit, that's a lot of damage.
I'm gonna get creamed.
Okay, so do you activate your staff?
I'm gonna hold it up like oh god, and just try to burn a shield charge.
As you activate it and thrust it down into the ground, the point of the staff hitting, this sort of electrical cage begins to move and shape around your body. But Xerac's aim is so precise, it goes through one of the holes in the cage and just clocks you in the forehead. And you take 18 points of bludgeoning damage. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
I feel kind of bad, but at the same time, you did blast Rovanian in the back with a lightning bolt. So I almost kind of wink at Ro and say, turnabout's fair play, my friend.
You stumble back and you actually hit off the back of the electrical cage, staving off unconsciousness as your forehead is now bleeding down from the bridge of your nose, and then the cage begins to dissipate.
I hope that was worth it, Lemon. You should know better than to ask Xerac to test things on you.
So yes,
that was my second. That was my second to last first level spell slot.
I'm okay, Xerac.
Yeah, if I did that against monsters, that'd be fantastic. But I usually roll 2 1s and a 4 when I do that damage against
No, if you had crit, that would have been hilarious.
It was a weapon I kind of tailored for Leomorn. If you guys are familiar with the Faraday cage, that's why I kind of named it, since
I like that flavor text. I didn't get it until you did the flavor text.
Mark. So it's Faraday's staff that causes your shield to act as a Faraday cage. When you use mage armor, it actually changes you in an illusion to where it looks like you're wearing battle robes and armor. I just figured your AC is so bad, I needed to give you something.
Does anybody else want to take that wand, or should I keep the wand? I mean, I'm okay.
It just needs to be a spellcaster. So if anybody that can cast spells can use it. Otherwise, Xerac can keep it on him as a backup plan.
Yeah,
I mean, it will make me have better defenses, which is fine. But if nobody else wants it, the wand gives you a +1 to initiative, and also you can touch yourself or someone else and give them a +1 to saving throws versus spells. And it also helps you when you cast a spell magic. So it does help me, but it's all stuff I can do already. I mean, I'm pretty good at anyway, so it'll just make me better. But so does the ring.
Save you some spell slots?
No, it doesn't save me spell slots. But I'll keep it. I mean, heck, I just use a piece of crystal right now. I could use a wand to cast spells. I just don't normally do that. But I've never had a wand caster before.
How are you guys splitting up the money? If you guys are taking all of that gold and shoving that into all those coins and putting them into the bag of holding, I need you guys to make sure that you keep track, because that bag of holding can only hold 500 pounds.
Yeah,
you guys have bullet skin in there, as well as camping gear. Like, you guys are probably getting close to the threshold of what that thing can hold.
What I'll do, Mark, is I'm going to break down each person's share of the actual treasure that we're digging through shit, literally, to make these piles of coins. And then I'll just let each person decide, and then we can go by whatever the total weight of that is, if we can add it to Valiance.
I have everything mapped out for the bag. So just let me know.
Yes, I figured you did, Doug, so I'll just let you know if we... I mean, I probably won't keep any of the copper, but definitely the platinum and probably the gold. So yeah, I'll post it all to our Facebook group page in the next 2 days or so. And then you guys can decide on your own what you want to do with your share. Leave it here in the cave or stick it in the bag.
Consider it a long-term deposit.
And if we do manage to ritually raise Rudy from the dead, I would like to bequeath Rudy with the teapot.
Valeria, you should have 2 of the multicolored gems for that, but I'm also going to hand over one of the Armdal gems that I know for sure will beat the cost.
You only have 2 diamonds. That's it. And it's those 2 Armdal diamonds. You sold the bigger one and got a shit ton of gold for it. These are the 2 smaller ones.
There were multicolored ones we got after the fact from that, it was ones that Droman found.
But are they diamonds? Because I haven't given you guys more diamonds than the ones that you found already. Except the diamonds that are in the golden torque that act as the wolf's teeth.
Oh, so were they just gems?
They're just gems.
Okay, so
You literally have 2 diamonds.
To you, Valeria.
And you have no idea how much they're worth. Which is great. So
that golden torque has diamond teeth. So if we need to, we can probably pluck some of those diamonds out of the torque and use that if it's not enough to raise Rudy.
Is the torque magical, or is it just
even if it is, I'm plucking the diamonds out to bring Rudy back before we keep it as magic. Because we need Rudy more than we need another magic item.
So, we'll say as you guys bring back your riches, kind of hang them out, you try your best to kind of move closer, we'll say up to where Leomorn and Elise are to find a windbreak. And as you guys kind of set up camp and set up your watches, the temperature dips incredibly low. You guys find yourself actually huddling together for warmth. What meager firewood you guys can find really does nothing against the chill of the wind, although Zerak is quite comfortable in his surroundings at the moment. And slowly but surely, humming almost intermittently with the wind, the sounds of whispering, the sounds of crying, and the sounds of angry yells. And that's what we'll pick up tomorrow, or for next time.
Tomorrow?
All right. Nice leave. Great. It's crying in the wind again.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mark.
I really hope you guys enjoyed my first troll encounter. surprise trolls. Everybody loves surprise trolls. Everything worked out the way I wanted with the way that they were summoned it, because it was because Elise moved that close and she didn't pass the stealth check. And the thunder too. But that was pretty brutal, and I can't wait to see what you guys kind of pull out of your hats for when you revive Rudy.
Was that the thing that I got the faint undead sense from also?
No. We'll say that you spend another spell. We'll say that you spend another spell and kind of look over the burnt remains, and it's you definitely got no hints off of that troll for being undead. But you can definitely feel an undead presence, but it seems far away. Is it far away? It's hard to tell. There's so much stone around this area. So.
Don't worry, Zerak. That was a good shot. That blood.
Landlord has a
I start to apologize, but then I just can't help myself and I laugh instead. You did ask for it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, just remember, he did ask for it. He did ask you to chuck a rock at him. That's why Elise is like, I hope that was worth it, man. You know you can't dodge for shit, and you can't take a hit for crap either.
I didn't think Zerak was gonna go Angels of the... It wasn't gonna go full fastball mode with the damn rock.
Lemon, it's Zerak. Has he ever held anything back when testing out magic on anything? No.
Zerak only has one speed, Leomorn. That speed is hurt Leomorn.
Actually, I do remember casting at the professor and taking him out in a single shot as well, so there is that.
Don't worry, the professor still lives.
Zerak, you and you're out to kill other casters.
Leomorn, there's just a voice that is continually speaking to you, telling you that he can bring your friend back. You just need to tell him when to do it. So good night, everybody. I think I'm going to see some of you guys this weekend. We have weekend games.
We have a Tomb of Annihilation game on Friday, and I think Ken has his monster game.
Yep, Monsters Deeds will be on Saturday, and then after Saturday's session, you will all level to, well, I think, the next level up, 6th level.
Cool beans.
Right, so,
Ken, will you be joining us on
finish
Friday?
this session on Saturday, and then you'll level up.
I will post the experience for this tomorrow. You guys can update your sheets as you go. I think some of you might be crawling even closer to 6th, which is great. It's kind of where I want you. It's just some people missing. Some sessions have really kind of hurt. And then poor Rudy is going to have an XP penalty from death, which kind of sucks, but it happens. So, but yeah, thank you guys. I hope you guys have a good rest of your night. I'll talk to some of you guys later.
All right. Night.
And will you be joining us on Friday?
Good night, guys.